So more and more people are logging in right now. Let me first of all tell you welcome. We're very happy to see all of you here at the Surrey workshop on macroeconomics. Let me give you first of all the logistics of the conference. As you saw in the program, there will be 4 papers and 4 discussants today and tomorrow. Each paper is as follows: 55 minutes for each paper, and it's 35 minutes presentation, 10 minutes discussion, and then there will be 10 minutes for questions and answers of the presenter to the discussant and questions from the audience. So whatever questions you may have, keep it for the last 10 minutes. I will be trying to monitoring the chat so that, if you also have something during the presentation, you can repeat it in the questions and answers minutes. So this will be for each paper. And then we'll have, after the first 2 papers, we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes, where we're going to have 2 breakout rooms, where each presenter will go to his or her breakout room and the respective discussant, and then you can go and ask additional questions or chat about the paper in the breakout rooms. This will happen during the coffee break and also at the end of the day. And we'll have also exactly the same structure tomorrow. So our conference is on debt and fiscal policy. If you saw from the program, we have papers that will be theory papers, quantitative papers, and empirical papers. We'll discuss about various kind of issues like fiscal sustainability, Pareto improving policies, optimal fiscal policies, monitoring fiscal interactions, whatever you may think, sovereign debt and default. So I think, and what I like is, and we'll have, as you see, speakers and discussants from all over the place. And what I want to do here, or what we want to do, was to mix the approaches and have a whole, more rounded picture of the issue. So I will not delay anymore. It's 2 o'clock. We will start now with Manuel Amador. He's going to present his paper with Mark Aguiar and Cristina Arellano on micro risks and Pareto improving policies. Manuel, you have 35 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you have 5 minutes left, just in case. And the floor is yours.
Thanks for the invitation to present. This is saying this is joint work with Mark and Christina, and the usual FED disclaimer applies. So let me tell you what this paper is about. Is to think about policy in a situation where the real rates are low, and in particular to discuss the role of government debt and policy in general. So what we do specifically, given that we only have 35 minutes, I don't have a long introduction. So I'll tell you exactly what we do in the paper and then show you some of the results. So we're going to study incomplete markets economies like, Bewley, Hoggett, and Ayagari models. And we're going to think of policy within these models, government policy, and we're going to look for a government policy that satisfies a strong requirement. Basically, they're going to generate something that we call robust Pareto improvements. And as I will show you later, that's basically a requirement that government policy must make all agents, all potential households better off with the policy change than without. Now, sounds too good to be true, and this robust Pareto improvement, which we call RPIs, are going to be a high bar potentially, but I will try to show you that they do exist. Depends on economic conditions underlying the models. So what I will try to do in the talk is show you some of the conditions and then some of the economic intuition behind the results in the paper. Although we don't have time to show you this, we also have numerical simulations that complement some of the more analytical results. Part of my point here is to convince you that government debt is going to play an important role in implementing these improvements. So the model is actually super well known. So it's the Ayagari model with capital, neoclassical, production side. There's no aggregate risk. So heterogeneous households with incomplete markets, meaning only a risk-free bond available for insurance. We're going to allow for two types of micro risks. You're going to see in a little bit why. But there is potentially the usual productivity, labor productivity component of the household income, which is idiosyncratic, specific to the household. But there's also going to be a parameter we call theta, which is also household specific, and it basically captures the share of profits. You will see the model with features on profits, the share of profits that accrue to household I at time t. So this could be a constant if you want, but in principle, these are two processes that are moving over time at the household level, but they are not changing in the aggregate. So the household is going to choose consumption, labor, and savings. A prime, subject to a budget constraint as usual, that the expenditures, consumption plus savings, have to be financed from labor income, where N is the labor supply, profit income, where pi is the aggregate profits in period T, and theta is the share that accrues to household I. The return on savings from the previous periods, and potentially government transfers, cap T, okay? We're going to impose as well that there is a borrowing limit, meaning this A prime cannot be negative. In the paper, we discuss, what would happen if this limit is non-negative. You could actually borrow some amount as well. Some things do change and need to be adjusted. And then the preference size, I'm not going to show them to you, but these are going to be S-time preferences. And on the household side, the thing that we're going to impose, we don't think is super important for what comes later, but it does simplify and help out with the characterization of the results, is that there are no income effects on labor supply. So we're going to impose either GHH or inelastic labor, just like in the original Ayagari environment. Okay? So that's the household side. So the technology is constant returns F. So takes, can people see the little dots in it? Yeah. So it's a capital and labor, constant returns. Capital is rented, and the wage is, and the labor is labor services are rented too. Wage is the wage, the rental rate, and then these TAUs are taxes, linear taxes on factory use by the government. That accrue that are paid by the firm. So in principle, we're going to put all the taxes here on the firm side. Doesn't really matter. We're going to have put some of this on the household side, but they're all going to collapse to just one wage. So we're just going to put them in the firm side. So the prices that the household faces are actually post-tax, just to simplify a little bit the discussion. So the thing that we're going to add that was different, and I'll tell you in a little bit why we do this, we're going to allow for the possibility of a markup in the product side of those firms. And we're going to do it in a brute force approach, okay? So we're just going to say firms are going to put a markup over the cost. And in principle, there are, first of all, the conditions that this markup is going to be mu. I mean, if it's 1, then we're back into no markup case. Bigger than 1 means that there is a markup and potentially profits. Firms then maximize, they equalize the marginal products equals to the user cost of the factors times this markup, which with the constant returns just boils down to a total profit that is made, and that is a function basically proportional to production. And it's a function of this markup. So if the markup is 1, there are no profits. If the markup is positive, there are some, okay? For most of the talk, you don't really need to think about this mu. I'm gonna tell you why we use it, okay? because there is an issue here with interest rates being low and the marginal profit of capital being above or below, and the level of capital being above or below the golden rule. So I'm gonna show you where we use it. And then the government imposes a post-tax on profits, potentially. And the actual profits that accrue to the household sector is this pie, which is the one that showed up in the budget constraint I showed you in the previous slide. Okay. So this is the technology. This I think is pretty straightforward. Then the government is linear taxes that I show you already, and the lump sum transfers that I show you already. So the lump sum transfer goes directly to the households. The linear taxes are imposed on firms. The government have the ability to use debt, BT, and it satisfies potentially its budget constraint, which basically requires the lump sum transfers that it gives to households have to come from revenue from taxes, plus the issuances of debt, the net issuances. Okay, so we're going to allow for this budget constraint to hold with an inequality, in which case the government will be throwing stuff out into the sea. Okay, so we're going to potentially let this thing be binding with holding with a strict inequality. All right. And then the equilibrium, I think is done, the usual thing. So there's going to be market clearing and resource constraints. So the first condition at the top is just saying the total assets that the households demand to hold A have to go into either the two potential assets here, which are capital or bonds, and there's nothing else. The labor supply of households, which is NT, is basically the labor demand of firm, which is LT, and the total consumption that households demand or choose, which is this cap CT, has to be less or equal than the resources available, which is basically production minus investment. Okay, so that's the definition of the market clearing conditions, and then that just we can define an equilibrium as you give me a sequence of the policies. Oh, sorry, I forgot to include, you see, this is a good thing of having a pen. So given a policy sequence, which is debt, tax rates, and transfers to households, the households optimize, the firms optimize, given the mu, the government budget constraint holds, and the market's clear. Okay. Just to highlight one thing, if the government chooses a policy where there are budget constraint hold with inequality, the resource constraint will hold with inequality too, given that the budget constraints of firms are going to hold with equality. So one of them is, as usual, one of these constraints is not needed. All right. So then, so that's the model, by the way, I'm done. And I'm going to show you, describe a couple of things about the model and the type of policies that we're going to be looking for. So we're going to consider a situation where you start from some initial state. It doesn't have to be stationary and it doesn't have to be the laissez-faire one, but we're going to do it because it's easier to use less notation. We have results in the paper where these things can generalize to different initial tax rates and different debt levels as well. But let's start from, all taxes are zero, or the debt is originally zero, and the transfer is zero. And suppose that you converge to some stationary equilibrium as in a legality, okay? And the distribution of wealth is pinned down and prices are constant, okay? So just in terms of notation, we're gonna denote the equilibrium allocations that result from that initial state. We're gonna denote it with a superscript O. So K naught, A naught, R naught, N naught, Pi naught, and W naught refer to capital, assets, interest rates, labor supply, profits, and wages in this initial allocation. Obviously, because we have no initial debt, the total private savings is just the capital stock. Okay, so this is kind of just some notation. And then we're going to think of a government announcing a policy, a fiscal policy, starting from period 0. And that fiscal policy is basically a sequence of debt issuances and taxes and transfers, okay? Not anymore constrained to be 0. And let's think for 1 minute that that sequence leads to a new equilibrium. And this new equilibrium will be, again, a sequence of interest rate transfers, wages, and profits. It will contain, also we have contained a sequence of capitals and labor supplies and private savings. But let's just focus on the fact that there's going to come some factor prices are going to come out, some transfers are chosen by policy, and some profits are made. Okay. Then we're going to call this new equilibrium a robust Pareto improvement over the original. If the sequence of R, T's, W's, and Pi's that come out is monotonic, it's everywhere higher. Okay, so we require that at all times, the interest rates have not gone down, the transfers have not gone down, the wage have not gone down, and the profits have not fallen. Okay, so where remember this W naught, R naught, Pi naught, and T naught, which in this case is 0, refers to this original equilibrium. Okay, and we're going to impose for this definition that at least one of these inequalities is strict. Okay. So either one price went up, or a transfer went up at some time, or a profit went up at some time. What this type of restriction generates is that we know, without having to know anything about the households, we don't need to know the individual trade-off the households are taking. We don't need to know parameters such as their intertemporal substitution or the risk aversion. We don't need to know anything about the household side. We know that this policy improves household welfare for all potential households, because it have relaxed the budget constraints of all households at all times. Okay, it doesn't matter the state in which a household is. Now he has better return on savings, he have a higher wage, he have a transfer from the government, and potentially receiving more profits too. So this is a policy that potentially we know without having to dig into the micro details that is separate improvement. So for the rest of the talk, I'm going to set the wage to a constant. I'm going to look for policies, that set the wage constant and profit constants. And this is kind of imposing adding an additional restriction to these RPIs. But we're going to do it because it's simple. It's going to keep things under control a little bit. And the focus is just going to be the part that we think matters, which is the interest rates and transfers, basically in the temporal price and transfers. Okay, so in the equilibrium that we're looking for, and after the government imposed policies, basically the only thing from the household side that is changing is the interest rates and the transfers are getting. All the prices, in this case the wage and the profits, have not changed. Okay. So that's nice, because then that allows to us to aggregate a little bit the household side into some functions. So let me just, this is going to show up a couple of times in the talk. So let me show you what these functions are. This is going to be a script A, or a large A function that what it does, basically, you take the sequence of interest rates and transfers that the new equilibrium is generating. Then you can basically, using the original distribution of household wealth, which we know from the stationary model, we can compute how the households aggregate savings vary over time. Okay, so remember, this is like an infinite dimensional base, right? So it's giving you a sequence of interest rates and transfers, and then I can back out over time the entire household savings, household sector savings as a function of time. Okay, so at every period in time, there is a different level of A, and this is just potentially coming from just the policy functions that are the new policy functions that are showing up, and the initial distribution of wealth. Okay, so you track that up over time, and you're going to trace out an aggregate saving function. This is this guy, this A function. Now that also leads to you to think about an aggregate consumption function, also coming from the household sector. You can write it again using the policy functions, but I'm going to write it this way because it's a bit easier to see. So basically, the aggregate consumption function is basically just the households consume basically their labor income, their profit income. That's the income they receive every period that is non-financial. Then they have some savings decisions, so they receive some return on saving from the previous periods, and they save some amount, new amount now. This is the function that I just described above, and then they receive a transfer from the government. So if you know these components, the A function, the transfers, and by our assumptions actually EHH, this is where we use the labor supply and the no income effects. This term here, the total labor income and profits in the aggregate have not changed because the labor supply in the model doesn't change, the wage doesn't change. So this is a constant. And given that the household's budget constraints have to hold with equality, that aggregates to an aggregate consumption function. Again, it's a consumption function for each time as a function of the entire sequence of interest rates and transfers. And then I apologize to Sarolta because I'm going to show you a little bit of slides that are related to the new version of the paper, which we have yet not made public, and we really have time to send Sarolta the new version because it was still messy. But I'm going to show you the way we are thinking about now, which is a little bit different from the way it is stated in the paper, so not that much. But basically, we have a result that is an implementability result. If you give me a sequence of interest rates and transfers, then we can say it's implementable, meaning it's the outcome of an equilibrium. If and only if you can find a sequence of capitals starting at K naught with the initial level, such that the aggregate consumption function that comes out, this one here, which is only coming from the household side, it's not a knowledge here, it's just the household side. So this consumption function can be purchased, can be financed with a sequence of capital. Okay, so it's the consumption function, the aggregate consumption is less than production minus investment. Okay, there is an alternative version of this condition that uses instead the government budget constraint, which is, I think Mark and Gita find more intuitive, but because I'm the one presenting, I decided to do this one instead. So Mark and Gita, Mark and Christina. All right. So that's an implementability result. So let me tell you, let me go back a little bit. So let me tell you what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna show you now how can we use, sorry, going back to file. How can we use this implementability result to figure out policies that generate an RPI. Okay, so now the way we wrote it, the only thing we need to figure out is whether we can get the original interest rate and transfers and increase that sequence somewhere at some point. And if we can do that and find sequence of capital that can finance the resulting aggregate consumption, then we know we have found an RPI. Okay, so there are many ways you could do this. And potentially the implementability result here doesn't really pin down what the capital sequence needs to be. So I'm gonna start first from a simple one, okay, and then later on generalize it. So the first policy I'm gonna try to we're gonna look for is a policy where the sequence is implementable when we choose a constant capital level. Okay, so the capital doesn't change; it's kept at the original level of the economy. Okay, so we're gonna call that policy the constant K policy, and that basically what we need to. The question is whether we can find an interest rate sequence and a transfer sequence, so that the interest rate have not fallen and the transfer remains non-negative, with some of these inequalities strict, such that aggregate consumption does not increase. If we have that, we have an RPI. We need the aggregate, it's a bit kind of backwards. We need aggregate consumption to not increase. We need aggregate consumption to remain the same or fall. And that has to be clear for you guys because the resource constraints have not changed. So the aggregate resources the economy is producing every period is constant, given that capital have not changed and labor supply is constant. If the aggregate consumption sequence is monotonic in transfers, this is intuitive, although it's true for the neoclassical, it's true for the exponential heterogeneous incomplete market version of this model, but I don't think it's true in general. But if it were, then you can set the transfers to 0 and then just think about looking for an interest rate increase such that the aggregate consumption is everywhere below the original. That's what we want, okay? So before I show you transitions and stuff, let me just do the simple Ayagari analysis of the stationary case, okay? Suppose that, consider then a permanent increase in the interest rate. So the interest rate goes from R naught to some positive R, sorry, to some higher R, so increases. Now this difference in consumption effectively boils down to difference in net financial income in both cases for the entire areas, for the household sector. And the net financial income in the new case, when the interest rate is higher, is just the new total level of savings that the household accumulates multiplied by the net interest rate. That's the additional income the household gets every period in the stationary outcome. In the original equilibrium, the household will getting basically the total private savings in the original equilibrium times the interest rate at that point. So this difference is effectively the difference in consumption in the stationary case in both cases. So we need this to be non-negative. Sorry, we need to be this to be negative. Okay, so that's what we require, that aggregate consumption falling requires this to be negative. You can see because the interest rates, sorry, because private savings are positive, and we will expect that an increase in interest rates will lead to an increase in private savings. This requires that the interest rate have to be negative. Okay, so let me show you in a diagram what this do, how do we think of this, and actually I'm going to tie it back to the government budget constraint. Just to clarify a little bit the alternative way of thinking of this, which is through the government income and expenditure. So let me write the standard Ayagari plot. So interest rates and the stationary level of assets and capital. And this in this Ayagari plot, there is a, let's suppose there is a stationary level of savings, private household savings. Now these savings, remember, this is a little bit different from Ayagari. I'm keeping the transfers constant, the wage constant. So the only thing that is moving here potentially is the long run interest rate. Okay, nothing else is moving. There's no other G effects here. And then there is an original equilibrium, let's call it E, that basically had an initial level of interest rates and an initial capital level. All right. And then what we do is a policy where the government increases, does something that the interest rate goes up. So you go to this higher interest rate. As a result, household savings expand. Okay, so we go to a new level of savings equal to it. Because we are looking for a constant K policy, so the capital has not changed. The increase in savings are all bonds, government bonds, right? So this whole change here is B. Okay, and the condition that R times A infinity is have to be less than R naught times A naught. It's just really about the unitary elasticity of the A function. We want the A function to be more elastic than unity. So what that means effectively is what we want is this rectangle here, the big one, this one here, is less than this rectangle here. But that's just the same as saying this guy, we want this guy, I'm going to call G, to be bigger than this guy. So we need that G bigger than D. Okay, and let me tell you what that means. So G is just basically sorry, I put the 0 here because we are already in a negative interest rate world. So G is just going to be, you know, it's just B times R. So it's minus R times B. And D, this area here, is just the difference in interest rates, you know, R minus I0 times K0, K naught. All right, and the condition that we require is that this guy is bigger than that. And this is actually quite intuitive because this here is basically seigniorage revenue from the government, from the issuances of bonds, okay? So that's the seigniorage from bonds. And this here, what is this? So that piece is the subsidy that the government needs to give firms so that the demand for capital doesn't fall, given that the interest rates have increased. Okay. And what is that subsidy? Well, you want firms to keep hiring the capital at K naught, and the interest rate just went up. So you basically have to give them exactly the difference in interest rates times the total factor use. So this is basically the subsidy to firms. So from the government resource, so basically what we require is that the government is raising more seigniorage from bonds. That's why we need the interest rate to be negative than the amount it needs to subsidize firms so that the capital demand doesn't fall. And if you have this condition, then in the stationary sense, we have potentially an RPI. And I think I'm running out of time, so I need to hurry up. All right. So how is the robust Pareto improvement generated? All right, so all households' budget sets have expanded, but the resources in the economy have not changed. So capital is constant, labor supply is constant, so consumption cannot increase in this new equilibrium. So the only possibility is that the issuance of debt, this increase in interest rates and the issuance of debt policy have facilitated risk sharing in this world, okay? So it's a bit like Samuelson chocolate wrappers story in the consumption loans paper. So this is this improvement this constant K policy is nice in our view because it eliminates the need to figure out a bunch of stuff about the household side. So the only thing you really need to know is this savings function, this A function. That's the only thing we require in order to see where we can do it. We don't need to know anything about the micro details that underline the savings supply. We don't need to know anything actually about production elasticities. So the production side is really irrelevant given that we're keeping the capital constant. That also means that whether there is a markup or not, and whether the economy is dynamic and efficient or not, all these issues are irrelevant also for this policy. We don't need to worry about those things. But if you knew more, obviously you can do more. So if you were more certain, for example, that the markup was positive, or if you were more certain that the economy is operating above the golden rule or below the golden rule, you could in principle tie the policy, the fiscal policy, and make it better. More likely to find an improvement in that case. But if you don't know, well, my point is, if you don't know whether you are operating above or below the golden rule, and you don't know whether there is a markup in place, there are potentially profits being generated, you still can do this constant K policy, but you could do better if you knew more. So let me just give you a couple of results about the cases where what happens if you knew more. So suppose that the economy operates above the golden rule. Okay, so that means there's a level of capital, which I'm going to call K golden, and the initial equilibrium, aggregate consumption, basically is going to be equal to the production minus the depreciation of the capital stock. So this is the constant production flow with the capital being used to finance this consumption. Now we know, because we're above the golden rule, from the technology side, we can just reduce investment and consumption goes up everywhere, right? That's immediate. So it goes up in the first period, it goes up in the subsequent periods too. So going back to the result that I showed you before from the implementability side of things, we are done, right? So we can generate an improvement just by moving capital to the golden level and increase the transfers just a little bit. The only thing you need to worry about here is that increasing transfers at some point doesn't really make consumption jump, aggregate consumption jump. So if you basically have some reasonable consumption function that is somewhat continuous on transfers, it will be immediate. So the first result that the result that we have here is that if capital is above the golden rule, then you always have an RPI. Okay, and the RPI is easy. You don't do diamond. You don't issue bonds and let the interest rate rise and have a capital. That's not what you do here. You actually tax capital. Okay, subsidize the labor and profits because there is less capital going on. Issue debt, so that to suck up the savings that cannot anymore go to capital, and then give a go. And then the point is, because you're above the golden rule, there is a little bit of left of money for the government, which you can just give as a transfer. Okay, and that's enough. Okay, so that's just the golden rule result is straightforward, and I think in general. When you are below the golden rule, then the things are interesting too, because there in the case you don't really want to tax capital. That might be a terrible thing to do. But the couple of things we can, if you don't want to even do the opposite, if there is a markup, you may want to subsidize and bring capital up. So let me show you a couple of some of these results, and I apologize to Sarolta, these are not in the draft, at least stated in this way. So the first result, if there is no markup, so this is like the Ayagari model, or the Ayagari-Magraton, and you are operating below the golden rule, then we cannot say anything. Our tools are not going to give you a policy improvement, okay? So if there is no markup and capital is below the golden rule, then we cannot find an implementable RPI within the class of policies we're looking. Doesn't mean that now it might not be a potential Pareto improvement somewhere, but it's not going to operate in the way we do it. The second result is that the interest rate now needs to change. So you cannot do RPIs just by doing transfers like in the case without the golden rule. So for that, we only require that the area consumption function be weekly increasing in transfers. And if it is, then there is no RPI that you can find where the interest rate is constant and doesn't move. Okay, so the interest rate has to increase. Then let me just.
You have to wrap it up soon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then there is this nice.
Result, yes.
There is maybe I finish here. There is so one thing you could do is to increase. Now I tell you need to move the interest rate. So one thing you can do is to increase the interest rate at some time, temporary increase, and and see whether you can that generates an RPI. And it turns out there is a nice condition that basically tells you that an RPI is possible if aggregate consumption discounted at the minor product of capital doesn't increase. Okay, so that's what this condition here tells you. And there is a version of this condition that we can rephrase using savings elasticities. Just to go back to that Ayagari plot, you can rewrite this basically as a condition that I wrote down here that maps all the savings elasticities, short run and long run ones. They are discounted using the minor product of capital. And well, we need them to be high enough. And if they are high enough, then you have an RPI. And I think I'm done. So
thank you very much.
Paper.
That was great.
Yeah.
Sarota Laxo from Queen Mary will now be the discussant.
Okay, let me stop sharing.
Yes.
You.
Sarota, can you show your screen?
Yeah, let me try.
Excellent. Okay, you have 10 minutes.
Just a minute. All right, so first of all, thanks very much to Tassos for organizing this workshop and for asking me to discuss this paper, which I very much enjoyed reading, partly because together with Albert Marcet, I've been thinking about Pareto improving policies for about 10 years. We are kind of slow, but because our work is in a different setting, it's in a complete market setting. So there were lots of differences, and also it was interesting, how you think about these issues differently from us. All right, so what I'm going to do in this short discussion, I'm going to summarize the main assumptions and the results of this paper, and then I'm going to share some some comments and questions. So first of all, so the setting here is a Bewley-Haggett-Ayagari style model. Sort of a key assumption coming from preference is that there are no wealth effects on labor supply. So in some way, the role of heterogeneity is somewhat limited here. So Manuel didn't really emphasize this in the presentation, but there is idiosyncratic individual labor productivity, and idiosyncratic profit shares for each household, as well as individual assets. So in all these dimensions, households are heterogeneous, but given the assumptions of the model, all this can be summarized in this aggregate savings schedule, which is a sufficient statistic for all this heterogeneity at the micro level. So this allows for nice analytical analysis. So essentially what matters, and as Manuel emphasizes, is the elasticity of aggregate savings to the interest rate. So those also the size of those boxes on the pictures will depend on that. And then they also focus on this case where R is low, what they call R low. Essentially the key is that it's less than the growth rate, and a lot of the analysis assumes that this G is 0 for simplicity. And then the policymaker, the government, has 5 instruments. So 3 tax instruments. These are proportional taxes on capital income, proportional taxes on labor income, and then on proportional taxes on profits of the firms. And then the government can also accumulate debt and can also pay a lump sum transfer to households. So there is no sort of government spending as such other than these transfers. So then what I think is the main question of this paper is can the policymaker achieve what they call a robust Pareto improvement, or RPI, relative to the laissez-faire, or under what conditions this is possible? So now in the presentation, you mentioned that you look at other benchmark, not just the laissez-faire. I mean, that wasn't really in the paper, so I'll just go with this in my discussion. All right, and then within that, how this can be looked at in that framework is essentially to consider 2 conditions, or make sure that these 2 conditions are satisfied. The first one is that the interest rate is at least as high as at this status quo, so that as the interest rate at time 0. And second, that the transfer, this lump sum transfer, is always non-negative. Okay, while they can keep wages and profits unchanged over time. So then under these conditions, the budget sets of all households expand, and necessarily households cannot be worse off than at the status quo if that, of their budget set expands. All right, and then the brief summary of the results, and again, there were some new things mentioned in the presentation, but first they focus on this constant KK. So essentially this is an example of a policy that keeps capital constant. And then how this Pareto movement is achieved is that the government issues debt to finance the transfers. And as a result, the interest rate rises. And the key condition is that this effect must be small. Okay, so the interest rate must not rise too much. And the welfare improvement comes from improved risk sharing, as Manuel he described in detail. So essentially, the aggregate macro variables do not change as a result of this policy change, but there is better risk sharing. And then there are sort of 2 more things considered. Once when the government aims to decrease capital over time. So it's a good idea if the marginal product of capital today is less than the depreciation rate. So then, so this is kind of an easy case. So the government can just issue debt and tax capital and keep actually the interest rate constant to achieve a robust Pareto improvement. And then the case where the government should aim to increase capital. So if the marginal product is higher than the depreciation rate initially, then this depends on savings elasticities. And then you had some new results today that I won't comment on, but in the paper you also have numerical results related to this case that suggests that here debt and capital are complements. So essentially, an increase in debt can be beneficial in terms of providing a welfare improvement as well as an increase in capital. All right, so then here are my my thoughts of a few remarks on the paper. So first of all, so you have these 5 policy instruments of the government. You never really talk much about how they look at the policies. So you really focus on that and how capital is moving. And you did mention also the capital tax sometimes. But it's also not too transparent, at least, why there is also the labor tax and the profit tax. How do these behave and what the role of these are in achieving these Pareto improvements? So this would be sort of a first thing that, it would be nice to also just see how these instruments actually behave. Second, and so this was sort of to me a surprise because I mean, how I've been thinking about this is that we want to think about Pareto policies sort of relative to a status quo. The status quo is whatever is there now. So at least again, in the version I had, you focus on this Pareto improvement relative to this laissez-faire economy with no debt. Also, there is not really a need to raise public revenue in the setting. So there is either to finance outstanding debt or for government spending. And I think these are really key then to be able to then give this transfer to households. So have this lump sum transfer. So the sort of let me put it another way, it must be that the cost of raising public revenue is not too high. And I think for that, it's kind of key that there is no outstanding public debt to finance and no government expenditures. So I think it would be interesting to sort of consider another status quo. And actually you mentioned that you are also doing this. So kind of maybe I'm just saying what you are already doing. And sort of relatedly, and this really goes to that you are not in any way looking for sort of Pareto optimal policies. So it's not clear whether you're proposing these Pareto improvements, so making your life easy by fixing something like profits and wages, or in some cases capital as well. But it's not clear if there are then no further Pareto improvements possible from your Pareto improving policies. So it would be interesting, I think, to think about more a bit like in an optimality sense, or are we at the Pareto frontier with these policies? And finally, and again, maybe this is a bit against your approach, but I think it would be interesting to look at who are the beneficiaries really from these proposed policies. You mentioned at some point, it's really due to risk sharing, so that suggests that it's the poor and or unlucky that benefit from this change. But and you also say in the paper that you like that there is no trade-off between sort of rich and poor and things like that. But I think it would be nice to also think about the distributional consequences sort of more explicitly of these Pareto improving policies. So that's all I have.
Manuel, would you like to reply to Sarolta?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Sarolta. Those are nice. Your last slide right there is very good. And no, so it's all your valid. So when I let me just say something that I just qualify what I said. This was also prompted by Marcos, who is here, asking us to do something similar. It's easier to add an initial state that is distorted. There are already taxes and there is initial level of debt. Obviously, the conditions for an RPI will be potentially different because now you're correct. You have to be some revenue that is going to say finance interest expenditures. So that's going to change, but the analysis is somewhat similar. So I don't want to say that it won't matter. I mean, they will matter quantitatively for the results, but they won't matter so much for the intuitive characterization that we have. So you're right in that if you want to really take more quantitative approach, you really need to put in the better form initial condition. And the other ones are all true. We don't have much to say. I mean, the approach doesn't allow us to really to deal with number 4. It's kind of the thing we try to avoid, but you can eventually in simulation compute those things and check, given the policies that we found, whether it's who's winning and who's losing. And yeah, there are other possible path improvements. We focus on interest rates and transfers. Obviously, for example, if you have a labor tax and you're above the static Laffer curve, you can do a Pareto improvement by changing that tax down. So these are things that we think are kind of well understood, and you can put them in, and maybe you can allow the wage to move and generate improvements that way. But we thought the interesting novel piece was the intertemporal dimension and the relation of interest rates and transfers in generating an RPI, and that's kind of the focus. But you're right, if you have distortion somewhere else, you may want to play with those too and find improvements there as well. Anyway, thank you, Carol. That was very nice.
Let's start. I think Fernando was first. Fernando, unmute yourself and ask your question. And then we go to Shetil and then to Russell.
Hi, Manuel. I have a question. Here you don't allow for any borrowing. What would happen if if agents could borrow? So you have agents also with negative assets. Would the results still hold?
Tasso, should I take them one by one, or how do we do it?
Depends on how long your answer will be.
I can talk for a long time.
Yeah,
so maybe you don't want that. Fernando. I can answer to Fernando quickly. He's right. I mean, this is a big point. How do you deal with Donald Trump in the model? Somebody with a very large negative equity position. So it's on the red. Yes, so that will change things, because obviously what we would like is that the increase in interest rates expands budget sets, and it won't do it if somebody's indebted. So we have 2 potential ways to deal with that, Fernando. One is to subsidize the lump sum transfer, have to take the role of subsidizing the interest rate costs of outstanding debt. That's one way we can do it. So we can put a lower bound on on debt that is negative. And then we need to subsidize you to recover, to give a lump sum transfer to a household that recovers the interest rate differential and the interest rate cost from borrowing. An alternative is to subsidize borrowing directly, so that your interest rate on your debt doesn't go up. Both of those things could be done. Obviously, they made the whole thing tighter now, because you need to get resources also to do these transfers. So that will make the potential improvements less likely. But the setup can be adjusted so that we produce those there too.
Shetil, go ahead, and then it's Russell.
So here you are starting the case with a negative interest rate, or an interest rate lower, a real interest rate lower than the growth rate. Now here, the real interest rate and the return to capital are the same. Should I think that we're in this situation, or?
So sorry, Chetal, I'm sorry I didn't clarify this. So the reason why we have the markup is to actually have a wedge between the interest rate on households and the return to capital. They are not necessarily equalized. So you could have an interest rate that is negative, and still you are dynamic efficient, meaning your capital is below the golden rule. That's possible if the markup is large enough. So that's why we introduced the markup.
I mean, not in theory. I mean, in reality, do you think if you got the power?
Yeah. I don't want the
say,
power.
Look, guys, there are these Pareto policies exist. We just have to find them. Let's go. Would that be your message?
To whom?
The world. No,
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not doing this for the war, man. but you know, it's a tough question you're asking. So,
but I guess I guess I'm asking, I mean, there's a big debate out there. Are we in a dynamically inefficient world? Yes or no? Some people say yes, some people
yes,
say no.
and some people will say no. So all right, so what we tell you is, I mean, that's why we actually try to think of policies that don't play with production, that keep the capital constant. So you don't want to take a stand on whether you're above or below the golden rule. So don't play with that. But it still doesn't mean you cannot do something. You still can you can issue debt, and that might be a good thing. I mean, that's part of the point. Now, if you were to know more, then we can tell you could do better. But then that requires more knowledge, and maybe that's an area that is a bit shady, and we don't really know whether we are above or below the efficient level. But this is, I mean, it has policy implications, but I think this is an economics paper in a sense that it's telling us, you know, to think about trade-off and results that, at least to me, were not clear, and kind of highlights the fact that, yeah, low interest rates are signaling the potential use of government policy as an instrument to make things better.
Thanks.
But, you know, I will don't go up crazy and say, yeah, Biden should borrow even more.
Go ahead.
Manuel, so when you introduced the model, there was this intriguing theta IT, the stochastic shares of the ownership by the households. And I was just wondering how you were going to use that. And then they seemed to entirely disappear from what I understood in the presentation. So what role are they actually playing in the design of these RPIs?
Yeah, no. So you're 100% right. So some of the stuff is like the labor supply shocks too, the productivity shocks, they go away. So in principle, all of them, so these profit shares and the productivity shocks are in principle all part of this aggregate function that summarizes the household sector behavior with respect to interest rate and transfers. So it's in there, right? So when you solve the household problem, they're going to take into account the fact that their theta moves over time, and that might be risky and give them more desire to save more. So it makes them maybe that function more elastic, or maybe it's correlated with the productivity shock in a way that it is in insurance, and then makes the savings less. You know, it really is kind of in there. It matters actually quantitatively how you put them in, because it will shape the aggregate sector, the household sector response to interest rate and transfers. But for the theory, we don't need to know them once we have aggregated everything into these aggregate functions. That's kind of part of our points that you can do it. This is going back to Sarolta, you could do more tailored policies at the household level, you know, individual specific middle taxation things, or maybe more where you try to really play off intertemporal trade-off and so on. And there you do probably have to take a stand on income risk and this profit risk. But for the results that we show you, we don't really need them. We need to give the profit back to the households, but you know, how they come back is not. We actually, one thing Roth, we cannot do, we cannot have these profits being traded as usual, because the interest rate is zero, is negative. So potentially the dividends have an infinite value to households in this, just as usual in these kind of environments. So we embedded to entrepreneurs, or you could have an entrepreneurial sector that receives the profits, or you know, like a particular, it doesn't have to be that high, it could be household specific. You could have a set of households that own firms and get profits. And you could have a different set of households that mostly do labor and have labor income, and that'd be fine too. That'd be fine too. That will fit with this.
Excellent. So there will be also a breakout room during the coffee break where Manuel can answer more questions for whoever was not able to ask right now, given the time limit. And we will start in 3 minutes with Jan's presentation. So we can have a short break of 3 minutes. Jan, you can share your slides so that they're ready.
Okay, I'll try to show.
Yeah, start in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And thank you to Sarolta for the comments.
It's coming, it's just slow. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Great, thanks.
Hello there, Jan. How are you doing?
Good, how are you, Jen?
Good, good, good. Looking forward to seeing this paper.
Thanks for the invitation.
How are things in Rochester? Is it hot there now, or?
No, it's still quite cool. Still have my sweater.
Well, that doesn't mean anything because it could be when it's the hottest at the summer. In the summer, then the AC could be on maximum capacity. So.
Let's see this. I can hide and floating remote control. Okay, there we go.
Excellent. So it's almost there. So we have Jan Bai from University of Rochester, and she's going to talk about sovereign default risk and firm heterogeneity on joint work with Cristina Arellano and Luigi Coccola. Thank you very much, Jan. You have 35 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks for Tasso and Shadow for the invitation. And this is another paper of Cristina and Luigi Coccola. Okay. So let me start with the motivation. We see a lot of sovereign debt crisis, and those are typically associated with deep recessions. For example, this European debt crisis. Okay? So we see a decline in output at the same time. The sovereign spread of the country went up a lot. So the question is why we see this negative relationship between sovereign risk and economic activity. So there are two types of stories in the literature. They sort of go opposite directions. So the first one is we see in the recession, there's a limited capacity for the government to repay its debt. So the government tend to default in bad times. And that's why that generates the government debt crisis. So it's go from the economic fundamental to the government debt crisis. And the other story is in the other opposite direction, okay? Is that this high government default risk actually generates recession. And one story of that is this negative balance sheet effect coming from the banking sector. The reason is the banks, they hold government debt, and when there's an increase in government default risk, the value of the government debt decrease, so which tends to lower the net worth of the banks. And because banks, they lend to the private sector, when they have a limited resources or when they have a low net worth, they lend less to the private economy, and that's why we see a decline in output. So the two types of story actually go, as I said, go opposite directions. It could be the case that both happen in the data, in reality. But we want to say that it is very important to quantify these two mechanisms, because if the story is the second one, is the sovereign default risk actually generates recession, then we could use the policies to try to restrict the government's borrowings and reduce the government's default risk, and that helps the economy coming back from recession faster. Okay? So that's why we see a lot of debates on the fiscal austerities during the European zone crisis. So how are we going to measure the aggregate implications of sovereign risk? There are also two main approaches in the literature. Okay? The first one is to use structural models. So we construct this structural model and we fit to the aggregate level data, and then we can do the counterfactuals and to decompose to see the impact of sovereign risk on private economy. The drawback of this approach is it really rely on the structural model, and also the measurement often not transparent. And there's another approach, is rely more on the data, is to use the difference in differences approach to estimate with firm bank level data. So it's more transparent. However, by construction, it only captures the differential effect, and so it fails to capture the aggregate impact. So what we do in this paper is we combine these two approaches, and then we have a model with government debt crisis, with heterogeneous firms and banks, and then we're going to discipline a model with both aggregate and micro level data. So what we exactly do is we have this sovereign debt model with heterogeneous financial intermediations and also heterogeneous firms. And what the government affect the private sector through its impact on the bank's balance sheet. So, and then the firms, they're different because they have different borrowing needs, and bank differ in their exposure to the government debt. So in our model, the effects of sovereign risk are heterogeneous across firms, and it has two different effects. The first one is the direct effect, and it works directly through the firm's borrowing cost. So the sovereign risk will be stronger for the firms if they have a larger borrowing need, and they also borrow more from the more exposed banks. So that's the direct effect. And because of this direct effect, for some firms, even they don't have any borrowing needs, they also be affected by the sovereign risk through the indirect effect or through the general equilibrium effect. So those firms directly affected by sovereign risk, they change their labor demand. Also, they affect how much the goods they're going to produce. So that generates general equilibrium effect over aggregate price and wages. Okay? So that's why we have two different effects, direct and indirect effect. And we're going to show that is this direct effect can be identified with firm bank level data. So we do this differences, the triple D regressions. And we can compare this response of sovereign risk between the firms with different borrowing needs and across banks with different sovereign debt exposure. This is our finding. Okay? So we find out that is if we use firm and bank level data, so firm level data from Amadeus and the bank's data from bank scope, we do find out that is the firms are highly levered, and also they borrow more from banks with high sovereign debt exposures. Those types of firms, they will face a larger decline in their sales. And then we feed our structure model to firm bank aggregate level data. In particular, we discipline our model with this triple D regression. And then, so we discipline our model with the direct effect, and we infer the size and the sign of the indirect effect using our model. So then we can use our model to interpret the recent crisis, and we can calculate the pass-through of sovereign spread to the private spread and also to the aggregate economy. So we find out that is 100 basis point increase in sovereign spread will lead to a 60 basis point increase in the firm's cost of funds, and also a 0.8% fall in GDP. And the government debt crisis account for about 1/3 of output decline. And this is mainly due to the direct effect. So the next, I will first show you the model, and then I will show you the empirical analysis, the difference in difference regression. And then the last, I'm going to quantify the model. Okay. So let me first show you the model. We have one central government. The government will finance its expenditure in public goods with taxes with taxes on firms, and also borrow long-term debt from the banks. This long-term debt have this maturity structure captured by this parameter of theta. The government can default on their debt. Okay, there are J regions, and each region has some firms, families, and also financial intermediaries. The firm will produce, and they will also face working capital requirements. The banks or financial intermediaries in each region, they will lend to the firms in that region, and they also lend to the central government. And then the financial intermediaries, they will also face some leverage constraints. There are two key heterogeneities. Firms, they differ in their working capital requirement. And those banks, they differ in terms of how much they hold the government debt. And we also allow for two types of shocks. One is the standard, like a TFT shock, firm productivity shock. The other one is the government's default cost shock. Okay? So this government default cost shock, I'll be more clear when it show up, but this is like provide another source of a government spread, a changing government spread, okay, other than the fundamentals. And that also allow us to having the second mechanism that somehow increasing sovereign default risk will affect the private economy. Okay? So the firms will have in each region their local labor market, a local financial market, and intermediate goods producers. Okay? So those are within each region. So they are local. Okay? But the final goods actually are treatable across regions. So within region, labors can now moving around. Okay? And then the final goods, they are perfectly competitive, and they use the intermediate goods to produce with this CES production function, where the ADA will capture the elasticity of substitutions across the goods. Okay? And then the intermediate goods producers, they will produce with capital and labor under monopolistic competition, okay? And they have a linear production function. So the Z2 is the productivity of the firms are facing, okay? And then they produce with the capital and labor. Okay? And the important assumption here is each firm, they have to finance lambda I fraction of their input costs with borrowing from the banks at this interest rate RJT, which is region specific, and that's the equilibrium concept. So J here denotes the region, and I means for each firm. Okay. So the lambda I, that's an important thing we need to calibrate. And then the firm productivity has two components: the idiosyncratic part, small z, and this aggregate component of AT. And A and the aggregates and idiosyncratic shocks are uncorrelated, but they both follow some ARM process. And then within each region, we can have families, and they consist of workers and bankers. Okay? And then they have this quasi-linear preference. So they decide on consumption C, their capital, the deposit to the banks, and also the labor sent into the market. Okay? So the important thing is the banks. So the bankers, they live for 2 periods. Okay? At the beginning of the period, they receive some transfer from their own family. And here, this transfer of the net worth of this bank, of these bankers, when they start a bank, has two components. Okay? The first one is a constant, and bar is a constant net worth. And that can be region specific. Okay? And they inherit this undecayed, this long-term debt from the household. So QT here captures the price of this legacy debt. And DT is the government default. So if DT equal to 0 means the government includes not defaulting, equal to 1 means the government will default. So if the government default, then the household, the debt is written off. The household doesn't have anything, any debt give to the bankers. Otherwise, the household will give the bank the debt to the bankers. And the interesting part, I think the important thing I want to emphasize is actually this QT, the bond price. In particular, when their bond price is low, when the government bond has a lower value than when the price is low, that will lower the net worth of the bank, of the banker or of the bank. And so under what conditions this bond price will be low, that's endogenous, right? If the government in the future has a larger default risk, that will lower the bond price, and that will make the net worth being lower. Okay? So that's an important mechanism in the model. So here, again, I want to say that is the difference across regions are being indexed by this constant net worth, M bar J, and also this the debt, the legacy debt, the banks inherited from the family. Okay, So now let me write down the financial intermediaries problem. So they can issue deposit, they can take a deposit from families, and they can also invest into both the government debt and also the firm level bond. Okay. So again, that these bankers, we assume they live for 2 periods. So first period, they inherited something, and then they take the deposit and they invest in the firm and government bond. And the next period, they take the returns. So what the banker do is just to maximize these returns. Where their return come from? First part is coming from the government. Okay? If the government is not defaulting, if DT plus 1 equal to 0, then the long-term bond will give the coupon payment of theta times BJT plus 1, plus this undecayed value of the long-term bond. Okay? So those are the return coming from the government debt. And then we also have the return coming from the firms, lending to the firms. Okay? So we assume that for right in the benchmark case, firms will not default. And we also have an extension to allow firm also have some default. In that case, the return will have to capture the default risk coming from the firms. And then they have to pay the deposit back to the household tomorrow. Okay? And then what the bank face is this balance sheet condition. So the right-hand side of the first balance sheet condition is the net worth plus the deposit they taken from the household. Okay? And then they can use for lending to the government and also lending to the firm. And then they also face these financial constraints or the leverage constraints. Okay? So the deposit that they can take from or the borrowing from the household has to be less than the asset of the bank, which is include both their lending to the firm and also the lending to the government. But then we assume that the collateral constraints, you can use the firm side of bond is only theta fraction. Okay? So if we put in the balance sheet condition and also financial constraint together, we actually can rewrite the financial constraint, and that becomes its equivalent, or the financial constraints are equivalent to the amount they lend to the firm has to be less than some fold of their net worth. Okay. And then this zeta is let's call that the Lagrange multiplier for this financial constraints. Then the optimization problem of the financial intermediary will give us two Euler equations. The first one is this lending rate to firms, RJT, reflects the opportunity cost of the bank, which is the discount factor of the household. So that's 1/beta, plus this multiplier that reflects how binding the financial constraint is, that's ZT. And then the lending to the government will give us this Euro condition, standard condition, as in the sovereign default literature, that your bond price will capture your tomorrow's default risk and also the value of this long-term bond in the future. Okay, so now we can define the equilibrium. So I have the aggregate state include the TFP of A and the nu, which is the enforcement cost of the shock of the government and also the government level debt. So given the aggregate state and also the current government policy in terms of default and also new borrowings, a private sector equilibrium will be that everybody maximizing or optimize their problem. And then we have the labor, the goods, capital deposit, and bond and loan market will clear for each regions. Okay. And what about the government? So the government would take as given the private equilibrium and also their future policies, they do the maximization. Okay, I forgot to say that is we're going to focus here on one private equilibrium. Here is I'm going to assume that the banks in each region will hold a constant fraction of the government's new issuances. So this how much you hold for government debt is phi j, that's actually constant across time. Okay. So, and then we'll not modeling it, but we will calibrate it. Okay, so now we can talk about the government's problem. So taking as given, its policy impact over the private equilibrium. Okay? And that generates this aggregate output of YA. What the government do is first to choose whether or not to default. If it's not default, it has the repaying value of V. If the government default, then the government will pay this utility cost of mu, which is a stochastic and persistent. Okay? And then they don't have once they default, the debt is completely written off. So that's why the debt level is given by 0. Okay? And if the government chooses to default, or sorry, not default, it's to repay, or if they default, but the debt value becomes 0, what the government do is can choose a new B prime, okay, to maximize its current utility. The government will value the government expenditure G plus future values. And then the budget constraint is given by the tax income and plus the value of debt on the new issuances, and the government can all use that to finance today's government expenditure G and also the repayment of the current debt. So that's the government problem. So when you see the government's problem, it pretty much look like as in the standard sovereign default model. The only difference is over here. Okay, is the output is not exogenous anymore, and it's being affected by the government's policy. And the government would internalize that, will internalize how much is borrowing. Its borrowing will affect the private economy. In particular, I'm going to tell you that is the more the government borrow, that will increase the future default risk and will lower the value of the current debt. And that will actually will make the net worth of the banks being lowered. So that tightened the whole private economy's borrowing, and then will generate a recession. Okay. So let me tell you, characterize tell you a little bit about the mechanism of the paper. Okay. So for private economy, actually the true state is just the TFP and also the net worth of the bank. Of course, in the model is endogenous, but if I know that, I actually can solve the whole private equilibrium. Okay. So the first thing is that the interest rate in each region is endogenous. The lending rate of firms is endogenous. Okay. And then depends on the financial constraints of the banks. If the financial constraints of banks are not binding, we will have the lending rate just equal to 1 over beta, the deposit rate. Okay? Because here we have a linear preference. So the opportunity cost of the opportunity cost of lending is just 1 over beta. Okay? But if the if the financial constraint is binding, then the interest rate will be determined by the financial constraints. In particular, when we have a lower net worth, the interest rate will be higher. Okay, when the supply is low, you're going to see a higher interest rate. Okay? So then that's the first thing we have. And again, as I said, under what conditions we see the net worth is low is when the government issue has a when the economy has a higher default risk in the future. Okay, and that will increases the firm's borrowing cost. And then given that once we have the interest rate and also the aggregate state, then we can easily write down what is the wage and also the aggregate output or aggregate demand in this economy. And then we will have that higher borrowing cost means that aggregate output is low and wage rate is also low. Okay. And we can write down, solve for each firm's problem to see the impact of firms, the sovereign risk on each firm's sales. Okay. In particular, the first order condition, we can linearize the first order condition of the firm, and you can easily to see that the sales of firm will negatively depends on the interest rate or the borrowing cost of firm R over here, and then positively depends on the aggregate demand, which is Y, and negatively depends on the wage rate. Okay. And we can also show you that is when there's an increase in spread, the spread will affect the net worth of the bank. In particular, high spread means a lower net worth of the bank, and this lower net worth will translate into higher borrowing cost. And so that's the first part. We call it direct effect because that directly affect firms who has some borrowing need, And so that's why this direct effect depends on the lambda, which is the the working capital requirement of each firm. And then all the firm also being affected by the indirect effect. That's because the general equilibrium effect affect the demand and also aggregate demand and also the wage. Okay. Yeah. And exactly, so I want to say that is this direct effect, it will be larger for firms will have higher leverage, and also for the regions when the bank hold a lot of the government debt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So so the one we have here is we still have the interest over here, and then further, we actually can exactly write down this derivatives, and then put into the derivatives, we can show that the firm sales, how that depends on the spread of this economy, and also TFP, and also aggregate level debt. Our focus is this part, and the second item, and then the third item, the beta 1 and also the beta 2. So in particular, the beta 1 times phi j, that captures the indirect effect of region J. Okay? And then the direct effect is this triplet. Okay? So you will see that this is the firms, if they have a higher working capital requirement, and they also have a larger phi j, those regions hold more government debt, okay? They should be affected by more. So we actually expect this beta 2 actually being a negative. Okay. So our strategy here is to use the macro level data to estimate this direct effect, and we're going to infer indirect effect. So in the paper, we actually write why, what's the reason why we cannot really do use the data to infer the indirect effect, even if we observe some firms has zero leverage firms. Okay, it's more contaminated by other shocks. But the direct effect is actually not. Okay. So the empirical analysis we do is we want to estimate that regression coming out from the model. Okay. So what we do is we use the balance sheet data from the Italian firms, from Amadeus, and for banks, we take the balance sheet data from Italian banks from the bank scope, and we link the firm of banks through the regions. So unfortunately, we don't have exactly data of linking firms borrowing from which bank. But we know which the firm's headquarters, and we also know the banks, which region they're operating. So that's how we link them, okay? And we're gonna partition the firms in 4 different groups according to their debt to asset ratio. So we classify them into high versus low leverage. The cutoff is 25 percentile versus 75 percentile, okay? And then we also classify them in terms of locations to see their headquarters in regions with high versus low banks exposure to the government debt. Okay. And then all the classification firms we done using 2007 data, and the regression estimated using the data from 2008 to 2015. So this is roughly the summary of firm statistics in 2007. I think it's a lot of numbers, but the takeaway is Italian firms are small. So the medium firms has about 7 employees, and they have a somehow low leverage ratio of some 37%. Okay. And this is the heat map to show you the bank's exposure to sovereign debt. The way we construct in each region, what is the bank's exposure is basically the total banks. The total government debt all the banks held in this region divided by their total equity. Okay. For the regional banks, that's easy. For the national banks, we just allocate the national bank's debt and equity according to the number of branches in each region. Okay. So the picture we just show you that is it's sort of random, I want to say. It's not the case that all the high exposures are in the north or in the south part of Italy. Okay, and we can, roughly speaking, the distribution firms actually are similar across this high versus low exposed banks. And this is the pre-trend analysis. So before we do any diff and diff, we're going to do first show you this pre-trend. So what we do is to do this regression year by year, regress the firm sales growth on the interaction of leverage and exposure. Okay, so the blue part over here, the upper one, this is the sovereign spread. Okay, and you see that the government spread actually has a peak in 2012. Italy actually, I'm going to show the aggregate level picture of GDP. So in 2009, there's a decline, sharp decline in GDP, but the spread doesn't move in that period. And it's actually spread increased a lot in 2012. And then the regression coefficient, the blue part, those are the betas. The bottom one is the betas. And you can see that the regression coefficient beta T almost not significant before 2010. And in around 2012, it became very negative. So that gives us some confidence to run the different deep regressions. Okay, so this in particular, this is what we did. We use the firm level data to do this firm sales growth. The right-hand side is the interaction of spread with leverage and also the exposure. So our point of interest is this beta hat, and we expect that to be negative, that capture the direct effect. And this gamma T will control for the region and time for fixed effect. We also allow it to vary with the firm's characteristics, like the industry size, profitability, or volatility. And then we also control for the interaction of the spread with leverage and also the TFPs. So we also include TFPs and this interaction with leverage and interaction with exposure. Okay. We also allow for the group specific linear time trend, because in the firm's decision rule, you see that the government debt will also affect the firm sales growth, because the government debt will also affect the government spread. Okay, and to control for that, we'll put in this linear time trend. Okay. Yeah, and then here the indirect effect will be absorbed by the region times fixed effect. So this is the result. So here we did a lot of many robustness. Here I just report to you two results. The first one we call the model implied, because that's more consistent with the regression, with the formula I just showed you coming out from the model. So here we only have this time region fixed effect to capture the indirect effect. So the beta hat, as we expected, is negative. Okay? It's about 0.77. And we also put more controls in what we call the baseline. So that's not something we're going to target in the model. Okay? And that is, we're going to put more of control of time, region, industry, and firm being fixed effect. Okay? I think I run out of time, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. Okay.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Good. Okay. So this is I think we just basically target the key is the bank's net worth, and also how much they can hold, the bank's exposure to the government debt, and also the leverage requirements and the shocks. Okay. So I think we match well in terms of firms and banks' leverage exposure and also the spread moments. Okay. So let me show you the event analysis. The thought experiment is we're going to choose the shocks of TFP coming from the data. The enforcement shock, we want to match the sovereign spread. Also, TFP is not from the data, so we're going to choose those shocks to match output and sovereign spread in the event in the European debt crisis for Italy. And then we conduct counterfactuals. Okay, in the counterfactual, I'm going to hold constant the enforcement shock. So here I have 5 pictures. The first one, the first 2 are the shocks. The implied aggregate productivity shocks from 2007 to 2015 look like this. So it has a sharp decline in 2009 and has a short recovery and then declines again. Okay. The enforcement shock has been declining, meaning that there's the government faces lower and lower default cost in this episode. So that makes the government more likely to default, and that help us to generate the increase in sovereign spread in this picture. You see the sovereign spread increases in the data, and we match that. And that also this decline in the productivity and also enforcement shock also help us to generate these patterns of output in the data. Okay, so first thing I want to show is we did not target the firm spread, and you do see that the firm spread, which is the model is a blue line, sorry, and the data is the dashed line. And can you see that? So in the data, there's an increase in firm spread. So the model also generates similar thing. There's an increase in the firm spread. And here, the firm spread we define as the firm's borrowing cost minus the deposit rate. So the data is measured with Italian's firm borrowing cost minus the German firm's borrowing cost. Okay. So the first thing I want to say is there's a path through from sovereign spread to firm spread. The sovereign spread increased about 4% from 2007 to 2012, and the firm spread increased about 2.2% in the model. So that gives us a path through of sovereign to firm spread about 0.6%. The second thing is we did the counterfactual. So we keep the enforcement shock the same level as 2007. In that case, you see that the sovereign spread doesn't move. It becomes flat in that case. We still have the same TFP shock, aggregate productivity shock, but that alone is not able to generate this increase in sovereign spread. And also, given there's no change in sovereign spread, the firm spread doesn't move either, because that doesn't affect the private economy then, okay? And then we have this counterfactual output. You will see that in 2009, the decline is similar as in the benchmark, but in 2011, it has a faster recovery, a little better economy. Okay, so let me give you a summary over the output loss coming from that figure. Okay, so here the first slide we report the output in the baseline in 2011, 2012, 2013, and also average, and also report a case in the counterfactual when we assume there's no debt crisis, no enforcement shock. You see that on average in this period, output declines about 6%. But if we shut down the enforcement shock, or the sovereign spread does not increase, the output will decline by 4% because of the productivity. Okay, so the difference of those two is this 1.7%. So that's what we say that is the average output losses from the sovereign debt crisis is about 1.7%. Okay, or 1/3 of the decline in the output during this crisis is driven by the sovereign risk. And we can also use a model to decompose the direct effect versus the indirect effect. So if we assume there's no change in wage, that will be coming from the direct effect. And you can see that without the general equilibrium effect, the economy will decline by even more. So majority of this decline is actually the contribution of sovereign debt crisis to the aggregate output is actually due to the direct effect. Okay. And the model will also do other sensitivities to show you that how much the direct versus indirect effect. And also we also allow the firm default. Sorry, I run out of time. Let me just conclude. That's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jan. Now, Russ Cooper from UI will be the discussant. Russ, please feel free to share your slides. Maybe you should stop sharing, Jan, first.
Yeah, I can't share direct. Yeah, she has to stop.
Give me a second. Let me see where can I do it. I don't know.
Up on the top of the red, there must be a red button. There always is.
Yes. I stop sharing. Wait a second. There's a button. There's no button.
If you just leave. Just leave and then come back in. Then you will mathematically.
Excellent point. Yes, let me do that.
And
even I can't even leave. Right. I think I hid something. Now I cannot do it. Sorry.
But Tassos, you can do it. You're a host, no?
Yeah, you can. Can you? Yeah, exactly.
I can. Okay, so no, I am actually co-host. Hyun-Soo, can you just do it?
I think so. You can just right-click on her.
Right-click on hers.
Yeah.
Can you believe? Oh, I can do this. Let me come back. I'll just quit and come back.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
You sure?
No.
Stop! I did it. I did it.
Oh yeah.
I could stop participant sharing. Yes.
Great.
Oh my God. Okay. I guess I could do that as well. Okay. Excellent.
So can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Okay. So as you can see, this is a super impressive paper, lots of stuff going on, theory, data, quantitative analysis, everything. And Jan gave a crystal clear presentation. My job is to muddy the waters as best I can. So so let me see if I can do that. Actually, let me see if I can. Okay, so let me start out by sort of saying what my structure is going to be. I'm going to comment a bit on what the paper actually does, and then split my comments into facts, a little bit of the model, not the emphasis that Jan gave, and then some discussion of the quantitative exercise that finished. I have to say, I probably have 100,000 or more other things to say. I got tons of comments, tons of questions. I kept reading and reading and digging. So it's been a lot of fun. So I would say the primary question is, what are the real effects of a debt crisis? And at the outset, I want to draw a distinction between a debt crisis and default. The distinction is super important. The paper is not really about default. It's about the threat of default or the prospect of default. It's all about the expectations and what those do rather than the actual event. That's where the action is. So the old view used to be what? There's an output loss when there's a default, and we look at that. The less old view, the Genioli, Martin, and Rossi view was, well, we ought to be a little bit thoughtful about how that output loss actually occurs. And they pointed attention to banking sector and the banking disruption in the event of an actual default. This paper actually obviously goes further by digging into the banking sector and focusing on how banks interact with firms and therefore generate impacts on firms' output, employment, sales, etc. Again, not from default per se, but from the crisis. And I'm sure there'll be a new view, and we'll look forward to seeing that. So the other point, of course, is about the real effects of the debt crisis. And again, it's not a default. It's almost like a news shock story in some ways, right? We hear something maybe about the likelihood that the government's going to default, maybe something about productivity that helps us forecast the government's decision in the future about whether or not to default. And with these shocks, these utility shocks associated with default, there's sort of a smoothing of the probability of default as a function of fundamentals of the economy. And that's great because we don't get this sort of this off the cliff kind of approach here. The crises can originate either in debt markets or on the banking side. I mean, you could think about a diamond-Dybvig structure generating some form of bank runs, and then that permeating or affecting debt markets through government decisions to bail out, or it could be the interaction of those two. And again, the crises themselves could be driven by fundamentals, which is what this paper has, or beliefs. There's many sunspot type papers associated with both banking fragility and debt market fragility and how they might interact with each other, and then how they might impact firms. And again, there's also the issue about what are we analyzing? Here we seem to be analyzing a country, a closed economy, although much of the institutional structure, the background, is Italy within the European Monetary Union and other actors having an impact on what's going on in Italy. Conceptually, I think it's pretty clear what the stepping stones are. There's some type of debt crisis. The price of government debt falls. Bank balance sheets are going to deteriorate. That's going to impact what they do vis-a-vis firms. And then firms, to the extent they rely on bank credit, are going to respond, reducing employment, reducing investment. Output overall is going to be reduced. I would emphasize this may have an effect on reallocation and therefore on aggregate TFP as well. So that aggregate TFP from this perspective is not some exogenous process. It's something that could be in fact influenced by the crises associated with bank lending and so forth. You could say this paper just puts all these pieces together, but I think that it's useful to put these pieces together because understanding the banks and the connection to firms gives a lot more content to what the debt crisis is actually going to do on the real side. We can see those channels, we can articulate them in a theory, and the paper has a beautiful theory model. And then we can go and try to quantify that. But also you can think about trying to understand the sensitivity of firms and banks to credit conditions. You're looking for an exogenous source of variation. Well, maybe this new shock to the government valuation of default is one such source of variation that we could argue is exogenous and allow us to inspect the mechanism. So I think putting the pieces together is really helpful in that way. That said, I think there are some missing elements. One is that when government revenues fall, the default probability should increase, and I don't quite see that interaction here. And moreover, when the banks are in trouble, the government may choose to support the banks, issuing more debt. Bond prices are going to fall, and that's the diabolic loop that people have studied. And on top of it, again, there's the EU, ECB kind of bailout, which is an important factor in the Italian experience, and I think it's kind of missing here. And then as noted in the paper, there is a related paper by Moretti looking at the corporate default sort of side of all this. And I would talk about that, but I'm already have to be mindful of the time. So let me skip this. Evidence. So Jan, I think you guys should put the evidence up much earlier. It's sort of like we're all familiar with the storyline, but it's got to be disciplined by some key graphs and stuff. And for me, page 28 is way too late. I was off reading 65,000 other papers before I ever got to 28. And I'll show you some of the evidence that I picked on from those. This comes from their paper. And I'm going to keep coming back to this, or hopefully I have time to, which is the total factor productivity fall. That both preceded the beginning of the crisis, and then there was a recovery, and then TFP fell again. And I'm super intrigued about why TFP fell like this, and to what extent it may have contributed to the crisis itself. And I'll just say this now, because I may not have time. My concern with the counterfactuals that you ran, where you sort of cut off the spread, is somehow the TFP process was not having an impact on that spread, and the spread completely went away, and TFP remained unchanged. And I'm sort of confused by that, and hopefully we'll have a chance to talk about that. So a couple of wonderful papers issued by the Bank of Italy, and also something from the IMF a little bit earlier, 2012, 2013, and also the experience in Greece looks a lot like what happened in Italy, in Greece. So here's a graph of the spread, the Italian government spread versus Germany. And you can see the rapid increase in the spread here. It comes down, it goes back up again. And there's all these ups and downs. And at some point I got intrigued by what was causing all these ups and downs. And it seems like every time Sarkozy and Merkel had a cup of coffee, if it looked like they were getting along, the spread came down. If they came out with angry faces, the spread went back up again. Just to say there are these external forces to Italy, which are hugely impacting what's going on here. And here's the ECB OMT program, and of course that brings it straight down. So again, external factors that are sort of important. Here's the CDS, the credit default swap spreads that you probably know, but this is putting the sovereign spreads and the bank spreads together. And I think this is an important piece of evidence that forces us to think about the joint risk associated with these two types of borrowing entities. And I could even imagine in the model, as part of the estimation exercise, simulating these spreads and seeing how well you could actually match them as a way to estimate parameters. I think that would be a cool thing to do. Okay. This is something that comes from the BIS. And it's sort of a measure of the flow of funds to the non-financial sector. This is Italy. And the flat stuff here, I found very surprising because this is the period of the crisis. So somehow it seems like the total flows to the non-financial sector are not changing very much, even though the banking flows seem to be falling a lot, which made me wonder whether there were how these firms may have been financing things outside of the relationship with the banks, and to what extent the bank credit really was the marginal source of funds for their activities. Okay, this is just coming from this. yeah, Fakos was a student of mine from Penn State. He's got a really nice paper on the investment slump in Greece during the crisis. And it's actually a very different model, and it's one where firms actually have a choice, again, between debt financed and retained earnings, and there are occasionally binding constraints. And the occasionally binding constraints are kind of important because they generate nonlinearities in the response. And I didn't get to mention it, but a couple of the Bank of Italy studies focus on the nonlinearities of the response, which I think is related to your graph showing the beta coefficients changing dramatically over the years. And so maybe there's something to tie that together. Okay, I guess I have another half an hour, so I can slow down.
But it's a great discussion. Finish your,
Okay.
2 more minutes, and then we'll have 5 minutes for questions.
A couple of questions on the model. I've been living in Italy. I love the islands. I go sailing, but I don't know whether we want to think about Italy as a bunch of these separated kind of entities in this way. There are some very large banks. The banks span all of Italy and outside of Italy. And I don't know whether this island structure is either useful or even really relevant for what you're doing. It seems like you could do a lot without it. On the firm side, I'm used to writing down and thinking about models where there's market power, there are adjustment costs, and there's the potential for exit. I don't know, but I suspect that firm exit was quite high during the periods that you're analyzing, and that may have had an impact on output as well that you might want to take into consideration. The adjustment costs are important because they temper the firm demand for capital and demand for labor. And why it matters is that in many cases in these models, at least the ones I've written down and estimated, borrowing constraints really hardly ever bind. You've got to have a really low, let's say, stock of capital, a really high profitability shock, no retained earnings, and then boom, the borrowing constraint binds. Now, just to be clear, I understand that in this paper, it's a working capital requirement that's imposed. It's not a borrowing to invest. Other papers, there are investment dimensions, like Moretti's paper and the Fakos paper, and I'll come back to the working capital point in a second. Okay. To me, the key of the paper, of course, is the government and the government ultimate default choice, but how the government bond decision depends upon the current state, including TFP, which impacts the likelihood of default, which feeds into everything through the QT function. It seemed to me a little bit unorthodox. Unorthodox in a maybe bad way, because normally I'm used to thinking about governments caring about the welfare of private agents, and they're not. Your government just cares about the public good that it can provide. And maybe that's partly because of the linearity of utility with respect to consumption. The part that I really liked a lot was putting in this default shock, this taste shock associated with default. To me, it's very IO-ish, right? And it's nice because, again, it smooths things and so forth. I'm wondering what would happen if it wasn't public information, but we'll come to that. Okay.
Right, so we'll have to wrap it up now. We'll have to wrap it up now. We'll have to wrap it up now.
Okay. Sorry, just a couple of data points and quantitative approach points. You didn't say this, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think in the parameterization of the model, where you sort of tease out the importance of these constraints, you've imposed that 75% of the firms have a working capital requirement of 1.27, over 100%. And that, I don't know where those, I don't know how to think about those numbers. It sounds super, super severe. I guess they come from some part of the estimation. I'm just not quite sure what identifies and led to there. Okay, let me make 2 more points and then I'll stop, I promise. So this is the graph that Jan showed, and this is key because this is where we cut off the enforcement shocks. We cut off the spread entirely. We kill the crisis and we see what happens. So maybe I'm just being boneheaded or stupid about this in some ways, but my understanding is that you guys back out the aggregate TFP and the enforcement shocks to match the data in some ways. And then the exercise is to kill off these enforcement shocks entirely. But these spreads, the sovereign spread and the firm spread and the output response, presumably are all a consequence of TFP joint with the enforcement shock. So I don't know why there's no, for example, prospect of default, even if the enforcement shock is cut off, because the state of the economy is still moving around, the value to default is moving around, and there should be some prospect of default. So I'm just misunderstanding something there. Okay, I know. So there's parts of the counterfactual exercise that I just loved. So we can talk about that later. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Yes, Jan, would you like to reply? And then we'll have time for 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll go to the breakout room for whoever wants has additional questions. Okay.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Russ, for the discussion. I think you make it more clear than my presentation, and then you have lots of questions. I think we can talk about later, but just one thing that you're right that the TFP is endogenous in the model. So what I show is really the shock, but I should also show what happens to the TFP. And then in the counterfactual, the spread doesn't move. It's just the productivity shock alone is not powerful enough to induce the government's default risk. That's why that's exactly. But it's true that we will have the TFP is endogenous. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then yeah, I will. That's I don't know. Well, we can talk more about others. Yes. Yeah.
Manuel, I think you have a question.
You have to unmute, Manuel.
Very good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So no, Jan, so this is an awesome paper. Just a quick question. So, have you guys thought about restrictions on the type of maturity that the banks can hold or maturity choice in general of government bonds in your model? I mean, it's a good thing to make it shorter to avoid the valuations effects that are hitting these banks, and it saw how, anyway, just a little bit of a thought on that. I thought that was kind of an interesting implication.
No, I think that's an excellent question. I think Russ also mentioned a little bit about the endogenous choice of the government debt. So here we sort of like assume it's exogenous. Each bank, you just hold a constant fraction. We did not like the bank to choose which types of government bond to hold. I think it will be the case that in the recessions, they may want to switch to shorter long-term debt. Yeah. That's a that's a good question. Yeah.
Shetil, do you want to ask your question, or should we go to the breakout room?
I have a quick question.
Okay, let's have a quick one. Yes.
Very quick. So in the mechanism in this model is that when there is a higher default risk, there is essentially you get essentially credit crunch for the firms through the banks being able to lend out less. So in the data, all regions are exposed to the same spread, the Italian spread. Now, I guess one concern might be that perhaps there was something else about firms or banks that had perhaps there was something else about them, those that held a lot of debt that were more affected by some other shock. Okay, so what you could do is to look at banks' holdings of non-Italian debt, where the spreads were very different. Imagine you did that as like a placebo exercise.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So take out the Greek debt and the Italian debt, which were the most affected, and look at the other and see. So you should then see, I guess, no effect or very little effect then. The banks that had a lot of German debt, for example, there shouldn't be any. So that's something that's easy to check.
That's a good comment. I completely agree with you. Yeah, it could be there are other shocks over there, and that was part of the reason we don't consider indirect effect. We don't measure indirect effect from regression anymore. But I think that's okay. But I see that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think we can look at that. Yeah.
Excellent. So I will have to stop the questions now. So we'll have 15 minutes of a break. I mean, we start at 4:10 UK time. It's like 14 minutes. And there will be 2 breakout rooms, one for Manuel, one for Jan. Please join the breakout room and ask for further questions. Okay, so I see you again for the main room in 14 minutes. Thank you.
So Tassos, how does it work? Do we pick?
So you just go to the breakout rooms and then you click who you like, Manuel or Jan, or you click for 5 minutes Manuel and then you leave Manuel and then do Jan, you know. So, and
So-
try it now. You should be able to, Manuel,
I
you
see,
go.
I see. I see at the
Manuel,
bottom
go to
there,
the
there is
breakout room
Manuel
so
and
that
Jan.
you have
Perfect.
this.
Thank you.
So I cannot join Manuel for sure.
And I wanted to ask some questions to Jan too.
Okay, then I'm sorry, guys. I cannot do. We can do it later, you know? At the end of the, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks,
So as I
thanks.
see now, people start joining. So Ras already joined Jan's breakout room. So I see. So Manuel, I think you can just go and join your room. There's already one person there I can see. Can you do it? Did you see the break? Okay, Manuel managed. Okay, excellent. So So I think some people may still be in the breakout rooms, but we cannot delay. So our next speaker, I think Yanis. Our next speaker is Hyung-Suk.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's going to present his paper on. Actually, have been changing the title over and over again, so I don't know what's your. Let me check again your title. Expansion. Okay, the title has not changed. A paper later in the program will have a changed title. Expansion, consolidation, and sovereign debt restructurings, front or back loaded. And this is joint work with Tamona Sonoma from IMF. So Hyung-Suk, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot for coming to my presentation today. And the paper that I want to present today, the title is Expenditure Consolidation and Sovereign Debt Restructuring, Front and Back Loaded. And this is joint work with Tamona Sonoma at the IMF, and then he's in one of the audiences right now. And then user disclaimer for my co-authors for the IMF. Okay, first the motivation. So this paper was motivated by the gap between the previous literature and the data. So if you look at the fiscal austerity literature, often focused on the advanced economy, they more talk about the front-loaded fiscal consolidation, which is the consolidation prior to the debt crisis, and countries ended up with no default. On the other hand, if you take a look at the sovereign debt literature, particularly focusing on emerging and the developing countries, most of the consolidation takes place upon or after the debt crisis. However, if you look at the data, we find three dominant strategies. Like one is the countries take front-loaded expenditure consolidation, but they don't do default. The second is that they do the front-loaded consolidation before the crisis, and they actually go to like preemptive restructurings like Uruguay 2003. The third one is that they do the back-loaded consolidation with the post-default restructurings like Argentina in 2001-5. So here, if you look at the sovereign debt literature of emerging economy, it only explains this last strategy, but there exist two other prominent strategies too. So how can we fill the gap and explain these three dominant strategies simultaneously? So that is the main question that we try to answer in this paper. So what we do in this paper? We do like three things. One is the empirics and theory and the quantitative analysis. In empirics, we first quote the data on the strategies of expenditure consolidation and restructurings and drive the 5 new starlight effects. In theory, we start from the conventional sovereign debt model like Aliano 2008, and then we add 2 new features. That is the preemptive restructuring option and the public capital. And these new features are crucial in generating first the front-loaded and the preemptive restructuring, and second, the front-loaded and non-restructuring cases. And we studied the government choice between the front and back-loaded consolidation, expenditure consolidation. And lastly, in quantitative work, we replicate these 5 new starlight effects. Now the data. The data on debt restructuring strategy comes from Sonoma 2016 paper, which covers 197 sovereign debt restructurings from 1975 to 2020. It classifies the debt restructuring into 2. Like one is the preemptive restructuring, that is like no missed debt payments and debt renegotiation first, and then like pay the renegotiate debt afterwards, like Uruguay 2003, which is the 81 episodes. And then the other is the post-default restructuring, which is the country missed the debt payment first, and then there's a debt renegotiation afterwards, like the Argentina 2001. And this is like 116 episodes. Then we newly coded non-restructuring debt distress cases here. So this is technically that the country have the same degree of likelihood of the sovereign debt restructuring in ex ante, but didn't go to the debt restructuring or didn't overlap with any restructurings. So first we look at the MBIG bond spreads to calculate the probability of debt default. However, the MBIG spreads is only available from 1997. So we use the probability regression to estimate the restructuring probability. to complement the MBIC. And then we can identify 25 episodes from 1975 to 2020. As for the expenditure consolidation data, we took the data from Sonomaju, our previous paper, to look at the public consumption, transfer, public investment, public capital from 1975 to 2020. So new part in this paper is that we coded expenditure consolidation with the two approaches. One is the more conventional Elizina parity types of the work, which relies on the cyclically adjusted expenditure to GDP ratio. However, the GDP dropped substantially at the time of default. So we try to think on alternative measure that mitigate this effect. So therefore, we devised the expenditure to potential GDP or the expenditure to lag GDP instead to focus more on the expenditure adjustment. So with this measure, the criteria for the expenditure consolidation is that if the measure falls more than 1.5% of GDP or 1.25% in 2 consecutive years, then we call that year as a expenditure consolidation period. Then with this expenditure consolidation, we newly coded the timing of the consolidation in that if it happens prior to the debt crisis, then we define that as a front-loaded. If it happens upon or after the start of the restructuring, then we define that as a back-loaded expenditure consolidation. So as we combine one pattern from the debt restructuring strategy and the other from the fiscal expenditure consolidation strategy, then we can get 8 possible combined strategies. Out of these 8 possible combined strategies, we find 3 dominant strategies, which is the first post-default debt restructuring with a back-loaded expenditure consolidation. Second is the preemptive restructuring with a front-loaded expenditure consolidation. And lastly, non-restructuring debt distress case with the front-loaded expenditure consolidation. So if we look at these combined strategies more in detail, we get the first effects. That is, 3 strategies of expenditure consolidation and debt restructurings are dominant. So if you look at the picture below, on the left picture, if the country goes to the post-default cases here, then the majority of the expenditure consolidation is a back-loaded one, which accounts almost half of it. If you go to preemptive restructuring, then which is in this middle one, then almost half of the expenditure consolidation is associated with the front of the expenditure consolidation. The last one is on the right, is that if you observe non-restructuring debt distress case, more than half are front-loaded expenditure consolidation. So they do the consolidation, but they avoid going to the debt crisis. Now, if we focus on the composition of the expenditure consolidation, especially focusing on the public investment, we get the second and the third stylized effects. So the second stylized effects is that the public investment declines sharply in ex-ante in preemptive cases, but exposed in the post-default cases. And third stylized effect is that debt settlement takes place before the recovery in public investment in preemptive cases, but after in post-default cases. So if you look at the picture below, the solid line in the picture is the public investment level, both post-default on the left and the preemptive on the right panel, normalized to 100 at the start of the debt restructuring, which is this gray bar. And then this light pink bar is the end of the debt restructuring, which is usually accompanied with a debt exchange. So now we can see that there is a sharp decline in the public investment upon default or afterwards. When a country goes to these post-default cases, then investment stays below the pre-crisis level for a substantial amount of time. Then after recovering the pre-crisis level, the debt restructuring is settled down after 5 years on average. But in contrast, if you look at the right panel in the preemptive restructuring, this preemptive restructuring is accompanied with a large decline in the public investment before the debt restructuring, 3 years or 1 year before the debt crisis. Then there is a quick settlement of the debt restructuring, which is usually like 1 year on an average, then recovers the pre-crisis level afterwards. Okay. Lastly, if you look at the non-restructuring debt distress case, there is not much decline, only temporary decline, and then quick recovery. Now, if you see this in different angle, we got the fourth stylized facts. Recoveries in public investment is shorter than in preemptive cases than in post-default cases. So the recovery in public investment for the post-default cases takes about 3.6 years. That is longer than preemptive cases, which is 1.7 years. However, this recovery in public investment here in post-default takes place during the debt restructuring process in these post-default cases, whereas in the preemptive cases, the recovery in public investment happens after they regain the international credit market after the debt settlement. Lastly, if you see the public consumption and transfer, we get the fifth stylized facts. So the public consumption and transfer together only experience temporary decline and quick recovery in any types of debt restructurings like post-default, preemptive, and non-restructuring debt distress cases. Okay. So with this, these stylized facts poses two main theoretical questions. First, why is it not more front-loaded expenditure consolidation if it is associated with a preemptive restructuring with a quick debt resolution? Second, what is the mechanism of consequences of this front and back-loaded expenditure consolidation, especially the government choice of default restructuring and also the debt resolution process afterwards? So, I mean, these are questions that we will answer through the model and quantitative analysis. But before that, let me very briefly mention about some of the literature review. First, the austerity literature. Our novelty compared to this literature is that we study two types of the fiscal consolidation. Second, in light of the sovereign debt default and fiscal policy literature, we newly introduced the front-loaded expenditure consolidation prior to the debt crisis. Third, in light of the different types of sovereign debt restructuring literature, we newly studied the joint relationship between the expenditure consolidation and the restructuring strategy. Okay. So before we go to the model, let me provide theoretical findings and key mechanisms here. The theoretical contribution is two aspects. One is the choice between the front and back loaded expenditure consolidation. Second, is about the consequences of this expenditure consolidation choice. Okay, first, the main driver for the choice between the front and back loaded expenditure consolidation is the gambling for the resurrection motivation. So when a country is still in a good credit record and pays the debt, they make an ex-ante choice between front-loaded expenditure consolidation and no consolidation before the shock is realized. If the country is uncertain on the likelihood of default in the near future, then they implement the front-loaded expenditure consolidation in order to escape the post-default or outright default, which is very costly. On the other hand, if they expect that high TFE shock to be in the near future, then they do gambling by passing this front-loaded expenditure consolidation option. In ex post, after the shock is realized, and it turned out to be really bad, then they are forced to take the back-loaded expenditure consolidation, and they do default at the same time. Okay. Second, the consequences of the expenditure consolidation choice. If a country chooses the front-loaded expenditure consolidation, then public investment drops sharply prior to the debt crisis, resulting in the lower level of public capital. So with this lower level of capital, the effective cost of post-default or outright default is very high due to the long durations of the financial autarky with a low level of public capital. Therefore, they try to avoid these post-default cases and chooses the preemptive restructuring option instead as a kind of hedging instrument. So with these preemptive restructuring cases, the country faces a lighter productivity loss and less tight fiscal constraint, resulting in the quick debt settlement. However, when the government chooses the back-loaded fiscal consolidation, then the post-default with a very bad TFP shock, along with a very harsh productivity loss, tightens the fiscal constraint severely, resulting in the longer durations of the financial autarky, and that slows down the capital accumulation. Okay, now the general features of the model. So our model is a sovereign debt default model with a small open economy. And then we have a new features in this model. First, we have an endogenous ex-ante choice of preemptive option or passing it. Second, we have an endogenous choice of debt settlement or delays conditional on the preemptive or post-default restructurings. Third, we have a fiscal expenditure consolidation choice with the public consumption, public investment, and transfers. Lastly, this is a production economy with labor and public capital as inputs. Now the timing of the model. So the key part of our model is that we have a preemptive option here before the shock is realized. So in node A, with the debt level and public capital as a two-state variables, we choose between going to the preemptive or passing this opportunity. So if you choose the preemptive option, restructuring node B, then there is still partial market access and light productivity loss, and government household make their optimal decisions. And in the next periods, multi-round renegotiation follows with the option of quitting this preemptive debt renegotiation in ex-ante. On the other hand, if you choose to pass this opportunity and then if you go to node C, then you can choose between the repayment and post-default restructuring strategy after the shock is realized. This is a very conventional one. So if you choose the post-default restructuring strategy, you lose the international credit market fully, experience a very large productivity loss, and the usual multi-round renegotiation follows in the next period without the option of quitting the debt renegotiation in this case. Household problem is a very standard. So household maximize the lifetime expected utility given the household budget constraints. So here we have consumption tax and the labor income transfer and then a dividend from the farm. Household only chooses the private consumption and labor supply, and there is a no intertemporal optimization from the household side. So we get the optimal labor supply decision in this equation too. And firm's problem is also very standard in that the only difference from the previous papers is that we have a labor and public capital as input in the production function with the private capital as a just numerator. So from the firm's profit maximization, we get the labor demand condition as equation 5 here. Okay. Now the sovereign's ex-ante problem when they are in good credit record. So ex-ante value of the sovereign is simply determined by the max between the value of preemptive restructuring and the value of non-preemptive restructuring that is passing the preemptive option. Before the shock is realized, as you can see here, the state variable is not AT, but AT minus 1. So first, the ex-ante value of taking preemptive restructuring is given as below here, VPRE. If the sovereign chooses the preemptive option, then the sovereign tries to maximize the expected lifetime utility given the previous TFP shock. Okay, as you're given like with this probability distribution with AT minus 1. And then in the next period, with this preemptive option in the current period, we have expected value of the preemptive renegotiation with a psi, and that is still there. And the credit record is downgraded into intermediate credit standing, which is the one here. And government maximizes this expected utility by choosing the public consumption, public investment, and transfer, given first the government budget constraint here. So there's no debt payments to creditor, so this is a balanced budget. And then there is no lump sum taxation, only transfer is allowed. household, this is the household problem. So this is a private optimality condition, and then the resource constraint here. And then this is the preemptive restructuring. So there is a loss in the productivity, but this is not harsh. It's like a lighter productivity loss, which is given by this hat. And also here is a y hat, which is the output. Now, the value of passing the preemptive opportunity is simply the expected value between the value of repayment and post-default given the previous TFE shock. Since this is the decision prior to the realization of the current productivity shock. So with this value of preemptive restructuring and non-preemptive restructuring, we can characterize the preemptive set with the productivity AT minus 1 given the level of debt and then the level of public capital. Next, this is the sovereign's exposed value when the country is still in the good credit record. So the exposed value of sovereign is simply max between the value of default and value of repayment after the current shock is realized. So therefore, this is not anymore AT minus 1, but AT. Okay. First, if we see the value of repayment, this is pretty much standard. The sovereign government tries to maximize the lifetime expected utility given the level of debt and the level of capital. They are still in the good credit record. And then after the observation of the current TFE shock. Okay. Then they choose, they maximize this by choosing public consumption, the next debt, and then the public investment and transfer, given this for constraint, which first one is, this is the government budget constraint. And then they choose the consumption, public investment, transfer. This is a new debt issuance. And then this is a BT, so you have to pay this one. And then this is the adjustment cost coming from the investment decision. Again, there is a no lump sum taxation, and then household optimality condition, and then the resource constraint here. Okay. On the other hand, when the government's defaulted, then you have a debt arrears like this, and then your credit standing is actually downgraded to the bad credit status, which is denoted with this 2. And then they are completely excluded from the international credit market. So if you look at this budget constraint, government budget constraint, we don't have any like bond issuance and debt payment. So therefore, this is simply a balanced budget. And then again, like no lump sum taxation. And then this optimality condition from household and the resource constraint. And as you can see here in red, a tilde, this reflects the productivity loss, which is a very harsh associated with this post-default restructuring choices. So given this, we can actually characterize the default set or the post-default set. So when the value of repayment less than the value of default, then we can characterize the set for this AT given the BT and KTG. Okay. So yeah, so due to the time limitation, I'm gonna skip the debt renegotiation problem, but this is much more similar to what we described so far. So let me go straight to the quantitative analysis. So now the primary values. So we have only one exogenous shock here, which is the cyclical TFE shock, which is A1 process. So this is a very much a standard. And then the household utility is also the GHH and CRA form, which is again is very standard. And then we have a bunch of the parameter like values here, but the rest of them is very similar to the previous papers. But one thing that I want to emphasize is the productivity loss depending on the restructuring strategy. So if you are in the post-default, and then it's a little bit harsh, but if you are in the preemptive, this is less harsh. So this is the parameters that I want to emphasize in this table. So now let's go to the steady state distribution on the data's choice between the preemptive and non-preemptive and and between the repayment and default. So with the mean level of public capital, if you see in the left panel, when the level of debt is high, and then the previous TFE shock is kind of small, low, then you tend to choose the preemptive option as seen in this blue region. Okay. However, conditional on non-preemptive option, you're more likely to choose the post-default or outright default when the debt level is high and your current TFE is small, as seen in this red region. So if we combine these two, we get the unconditional steady state distribution on the preemptive, post-default, and then repayment given mean level of public capital. So again, when the debt level is high and previous TFE shock is low, you're more likely to choose the preemptive option, which is in the blue one. But if the debt level is modest, you go to gambling. And then when the current TFE shock turn out to be really bad, then you're forced to choose the post-default. Otherwise, you continue to repay. So your gambling was successful in that case. Now, the debtor's choice of among the hard, soft, and no expenditure consolidation with the mean level of TFE. So in this left panel, when a country is in intermediate and bad credit record, that is when they are in preemptive, and then they are post-default region respectively, they experience the soft expenditure consolidation for the preemptive due to the mild productivity loss, as in the purple area, but hard expenditure consolidation for the post-default due to harsh, large productivity loss, as seen in this black region. In the right panel, when a country is still good credit record, that is, when they are still paying the debt, you can see the regions of the hard expenditure consolidation if your state is near the default threshold, especially if the level of debt is high. So the reason is that if you expect high likelihood of default in the near future, you do the front-loaded consolidation in advance, as seen in this black region. So if you combine this strategy of the debt restructuring and fiscal expenditure consolidation altogether, we get this following picture. So here, you can see the front-loaded region, expenditure region, while still in the good credit status in the green region here, and the back-loaded consolidation when a country are forced to choose the post-default, as in this red region. So we can characterize the front-loaded and back-loaded expenditure consolidation with respect to the debt restructuring strategy here. So we conducted some quantitative analysis and simulate the model, both Argentine case from 2001 to 5 post-default cases and Uruguay for 2003 for the preemptive cases. For simulation first, we can replicate the types of expenditure consolidation as observed in the data. So front-loaded for Uruguay, and then the back-loaded for the Argentine post-default cases. Second, our model can generate the lower average investment to GDP ratio during the restructuring periods than in the pre-restructuring periods, both the preemptive and post-default restructuring cases. Third, we can generate the higher debt to GDP ratio, both the Uruguay and then Argentine case, due to the multi-round renegotiation model setting from our model. Moreover, we find out the debt to GDP ratio is higher in Uruguay cases than the Argentina, rationalizing their choice of front-loaded expenditure consolidation and the preemptive restructuring. So with this simulation, and then we can replicate the 5 stellar effects. That is, first, we can replicate the 3 dominant strategies here. So if you go to the post-default cases on the left, you're more likely to see the back-loaded fiscal expenditure consolidation for the preemptive case, for the post-default. For the preemptive cases, you see more, for the preemptive cases, you see more front-loaded, and for the post-default, you see more back-loaded. But in case of the no restructuring debt distress cases, you can see more front-loaded cases, exactly replicating the first aspect that I showed you before in the data section. And then we can.
We have 5 more minutes.
Sure. Okay. Then we can replicate the dynamics of public investment depending on the types of the debt restructuring strategy. So here in the post-default cases, the public investment it drops a lot at the time of default and stays pre-crisis level during the debt restructuring periods. However, for the preemptive restructuring, there is a like decline in the public investment prior to the preemptive restructuring. So that's why we generated, and then there's not much decline, but quick recovery for the case of the non-restructuring and debt distress cases here. And then we can replicate the first aspects here, okay. And then lastly, we can replicate the dynamics of public consumption transfer together in that there is only small drop and then quick recovery, both the post-default, preemptive, and then the non-restructuring debt distress cases. Lastly, the thing that I want to emphasize in this picture is that we want to emphasize the importance of 2 new features in our model, which is the preemptive option and public investment, which is new in that they can drive the choice of the front-loaded expenditure consolidation and preemptive restructuring, and front-loaded expenditure consolidation and non-restructuring debt distress cases. First, in the panel 1 on the left, this shows the government's strategies in the model without the preemptive restructuring option. So the back-loaded expenditure consolidation continues to be a dominant strategy in the post-default cases, as you see in this left one. But if you see here, no expenditure consolidation becomes a dominant strategy conditional on no restructuring debt distress cases. So when the government does not have preemptive restructuring option, the advantage associated with the front-loaded expenditure consolidation is reduced, since this preemptive restructuring does not follow the front-loaded expenditure consolidation. As a result, the government is less willing to take the choice of front-loaded expenditure consolidation. However, if you look at the right one in the right panel, this shows the government strategies in the model with a fixed public capital. So there's no adjustment in terms of the investment. Okay, so the back-loaded expenditure consolidation remains as a dominant strategy in the post-default cases in this left picture. But on the contrary, the back-loaded expenditure consolidation turns out to be a dominant strategy in these preemptive cases. Moreover, no expenditure consolidation also becomes a dominant strategy in non-debt restructuring debt distress cases. So when a capital remains at fixed level, the front-loaded expenditure consolidation urges the government to reduce sharply the public consumption and transfer instead of the public investment. This is very costly for the government who has a high consumption smoothing like motivations, right? So therefore, these governments are less willing to take the front-loaded expenditure consolidation. So therefore, by having these 2 pictures, we want to emphasize that our new 2 feature, which is the preemptive option and public capital, is crucial in generating the 2 new strategies that we emphasize from the data. Conclusion. So now we actually have a new data set and then starlight specs on the expenditure consolidation and debt restructuring. And then we provide a new theoretical explanations on debt crisis resolution, specifically choice between the front and back loaded expenditure consolidation, and then the role of the 2 types of expenditure consolidation in sovereign debt crisis and resolution. And then we have a quantitative analysis of the model in order to rationalize the starlight specs. So this is the end of the presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Fernando Bronner from CRE will be discussing. Fernando, can you share your slides? Excellent. You have 10 minutes.
Can you see it well?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So thanks a lot for the opportunity to discuss this paper. So what's the main question being asked here? The question is, when do governments carry out expenditure consolidation? Okay, whether this is done before restructuring starts or after restructuring starts. The first one is called the front-loaded consolidation. The second one is called back-loaded consolidation. So that's the main questions the authors are after. Okay, so what they find is that it depends on the nature of the restructuring. Okay, so there are two types of restructurings, and one of the main contributions of the papers is to sort of make this distinction. There are some preemptive restructurings or restructurings that take place before stopping the repayment of debts or interest or anything like that. And post-default restructurings, namely first you just stop paying back your debt and then you enter into a restructuring. So in the case of preemptive restructurings, they find that consolidations start before the restructuring starts, and for post-default restructurings, they find that they start either at the time or after the restructuring starts. Their empirical analysis combines a new data set on expenditure consolidations with some previous data that was created on preemptive versus post-default restructurings by Asonuma and Trebesh. With respect to the model, it is also quite similar to the model by Asonuma and Trebesh, but they add public expenditure because that model was an endowment economy. So here they add public expenditure to be able to talk about these consolidations. Okay. So first, with respect to the data, how do they define a consolidation? Well, the first definition is sort of standard, and it's basically a fall in cyclically adjusted expenditure to GDP ratio. The second one is new, and it's a sudden fall in expenditure to potential GDP. I'm not exactly sure why they use this one. Imagine there is a crisis if everything falls proportionally, but potential output doesn't, and they would call this a consolidation. It's not clear to me that it would be such, but anyways, they use this definition as well. And again, the definition of front-loaded versus back-loaded is just whether or not this the start of these consolidations happen before or after the restructuring. Okay, and this is what they found. And Hyun-Seok has already described this, but the main finding is that if you look at sort of standard defaults, when the renegotiations start after the default, then the consolidation does not start until the actual restructuring starts. Whereas when you have a preemptive restructuring, so you restart restructuring or try to before declaring a default, then in fact the consolidation starts 2 or 3 years prior. Okay, and so this is the main empirical finding that they try to explain. And this is this is just showing the picture. Let me just skip this because I think I might run out of time otherwise. So let me talk about the model. So the model is in fact quite standard. Again, model of sovereign risk. There are lots of ingredients here, but there are two main ingredients that are sort of novel relative to the literature. And the first one has to do with public investment. So let me just show you the production function for firms. So basically output is a function of productivity, then there is labor, and then there is KG is public capital. Then there is also private capital, but the authors assume it's fixed and exogenous, so firms only have to choose labor. But importantly, the return to public capital, of course, depends on productivity A. Okay, and I think this is in fact very important to determine the incentives for the government to invest. Okay, so the return to public investment falls with A, and in addition, there are adjustment costs. Okay, so here I'm going to provide my intuition for the results. It's not quite what Hyun-Seok said, but you know, perhaps the truth is somewhere in between. I think I have some empirical prediction that would be able to tell the two apart. So there are adjustment costs. As a result, if there is an expected fall in future A, this would tend to reduce current public investment. Okay. As I said, there are two types of renegotiations. There's a sort of a standard default in which you just default. There is a large reduction in output, in productivity, and then you start to renegotiate. There is another one, which is the new one, which is a preemptive renegotiation, which is essentially an attempt by the country to renegotiate down its debts. It causes a small reduction in productivity. Okay. So when do these two types of renegotiations take place? Now, in principle, it seems as if preemptive renegotiation should sort of dominate the standard ones because there is less of a cost of default, etc. So one question is, why is it that you don't have always just preemptive renegotiations? In fact, this is not allowed because the authors assume that the preemptive renegotiation can happen before the productivity shock is revealed. But after the productivity shock is revealed, you cannot have a preemptive renegotiation. You can only have a standard default. Essentially, when you're choosing whether before the productivity shock is revealed, you say, look, if it's quite likely that I will have to default anyways, I might as well do it now before the shock is revealed, because this is a more attractive type of default. Instead, if I don't think that the probability of defaulting is high, then I might choose, there is like an option value in waiting. But then if I'm turn out to be very unlucky and I have a very negative shock, that's when I just do the regular default. Okay, so preemptive negotiations take place when the probability of future default is high. Why would investors accept this? They have the option value of just walking away with the same debt. Well, I imagine this is like, basically they are on the wrong side of the Laffer curve. So investors anticipate that if they accept a reduction in debt in expectation, they'll be able to collect more. So they're willing to participate in the negotiation. When do preemptive negotiations take place? Well, so preemptive negotiations to some extent are predictable. Okay, so you know when the country is entering a situation where the probability of default is relatively high. Since they are predictable, public investment starts falling earlier on. Remember that public investment depends on future productivity, and productivity falls when there is a preemptive negotiation. So if you know that in 2 years you're going to have a preemptive negotiation, the government has incentives to start reducing investment now. Okay. But on the other hand, since the reduction in productivity is going to be small, then the public investment does not fall that much. When do standard defaults take place? Well, they take place when there is a large unexpected negative shock to A. Remember that the only reason why you didn't go for the preemptive negotiation is that you think that it's quite unlikely you will get the negative shock that prompts the standard default, which is a bad one. So when it happens, it better be sort of unexpected. Okay, so otherwise the government would have just done the preemptive renegotiation before. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they are unpredictable. Since they are unpredictable, public investment does not start falling before, because it was not known that A would fall. Okay, that's why the investment does not. That's why they are backloaded as not front loaded, because they are unpredictable. But when they do happen, they are associated with a large fall in investment because productivity falls a lot. Okay, so let me just have. So I think that's the reason why they get backloaded for the regular standard defaults and front loaded for the preemptive ones. It's just a question of predictability. Now, in the model, private investment is exogenous. So one question that I would have is, if they were to endogenize private investment, according to my intuition, that it should behave similarly to public investment, because it's also true that if you have a predictable drop in productivity, private investment should fall, so for the same reason that public investment should fall. So is it true in the data that private investment starts falling earlier on for preemptive and at the onset of the crisis for standard defaults? Then in the model, the standard defaults are sort of unexpected. So intuitively, it seems that they should be much less prevalent than the preemptive ones. So is it true that in the model, preemptive renegotiation should happen much more often than standard ones? It seems that this might be inconsistent with the data, because I think the data, they are sort of half and half. So I think this would be good to let me just very briefly talk about the applications to the Argentina and Uruguay cases. Again, the model can very nicely replicate several important features of these events. But again, so I would like to know, why is it Argentina did not go for a preemptive renegotiation? Was there some big negative shock that was unpredictable. I mean, spreads have been very high for a long time anyway, so perhaps people already knew that it was coming. So I don't know, maybe it was the political shock because of the populist new government or something like that. But I would like to know what's the unanticipated shock that prompted this standard costly default. Okay, so and just to conclude, again, this is very interesting analysis. They're combining very interesting new data with a new theory, with new mechanisms. So I really enjoyed reading the paper. I understand this is still preliminary work, but seems to have lots of potential. So congratulations.
Thank you, Fernando, for a great discussion. Young-Suk, would you like to reply?
So let me
have questions from the audience.
Yeah, so let me briefly answer the two questions that like Fernando raises. One is about the private investment. So we have in our model, our private investment capital is exogenous. And then I think if you look at like contrast, like compare between the private investment dynamics, I think it's very similar with the public investment dynamics. The reason is that why we have the private investment exogenous is coming, like the reason is coming from the computational aspects, because if we have the public and private capital at the same time, then that actually increases one additional step variable. So we already have a 3-step variable, which is the debt, capital, and then productivity shock. And then more, if we have a private capital, and that makes the model is very complicated. So that is one reason why we actually set the private capital fixed and then just let the public capital like adjust. So that is one of the reasons. Okay. Second, you said that like the preemptive restructuring has a lot of like benefits. Then like why not like prevalent in the model, right? So then the one of the reason is that in order to have the preemptive restructuring in equilibrium, the level of debt have to be very high. That is the situations when the country are kind of certain about how likely to default in the future. So therefore, they want to prepare in advance. However, if you look at some of the sovereign default like papers with the 1-period bonds, then the level of debt is kind of small. So therefore, unless they're hit by a really, really bad shock, before they hit by a really bad shock, they have a modest level of debt. So therefore, their gambling incentive is actually much more higher. So therefore, they don't actually cut the investment in advance. So only when they are hit by a really bad shock, they are forced to choose the post-default cases. Okay, so that is the reason. Yeah, in the previous.
Can I clarify the comment 1 second? I didn't say that preemptive defaults should be very prevalent. I said that they should be more prevalent than the standard defaults.
Okay. Yeah.
In the data, it seems that they are equally prevalent. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah. So again, like that level matters, and also it matters because of the shock process. I mean, for the preemptive cases, the country is hit by a persistent negative TF shock, and that actually leads to more preemptive restructuring. However, as you said in Argentina, post-default cases, it's not like persistent negative TF shock. It's okay, but there's a really bad unexpected shock, and that drives to the post-default choices for the country in the case. Yes. So these two. Yeah.
Any questions from the audience? You can start with Manuel, and then whoever else, please raise your hand, and I'll give you the.
Nice paper and a very nice discussion as well. So I'm gonna maybe touch on something that Fernando raised in his discussion on the way the model assigns, the difference between a preemptive and an actual default. And if I got Fernando's point, I mean, I was thinking about this when you're presenting. Why don't you always do the preemptive? You have a lower cost. What is forcing you to do the other one, which is more costly?
Yeah.
And it's something about the timing in which you.
That's right. That's right.
But why is this? Okay, but why is this the right way to model this?
No, I mean, so this is how we.
Why is the timing? Why is this difference in timing that you can do one before the shock is realized and the other one you do it after? Why is that capturing something you guys think is important about the way these things are done in reality? That's, I think, is my
Okay.
And where is an alternative way of modeling that doesn't require this assumption?
Yeah. So I mean, in the preemptive option, like so you have to like make a decision before the shock is realized, right? So therefore, with the level of debt is modest, choosing the preemptive option is kind of risky, actually. So therefore, that actually leads to so the country can so with the preemptive option, the country can actually increase the debt level much higher. So therefore, with much more level of debt, then in ex ante, it's much more optimal for them to choose the preemptive option. So therefore, I mean, as you said, like the timing is actually what matters to choose between the preemptive and post-default cases in our setting. But I think you're right, then it could be maybe another way to model that. But in the current version, we actually distinguish between these two by the timing. Yeah.
Jan, you want to ask a question before you had raised your hand?
I think your shadow is before me. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask. So if you treat in your statistical analysis, you treat preemptive versus post-default restructuring as independent events.
Yeah.
And in the model, it's the same. If you ask central bankers, they have a very different narrative. So if you think about now, they think about, say, Argentina and Uruguay as the ultimate example of preemptive versus post-default restructuring. So in their book, Argentina and Uruguay were in very similar situation when they entered 2001. And then out of the blue, there was a crisis in Argentina and they went down and markets were shaking, blah, blah, blah. IMF don't like that. So, there was a debate in IMF whether to rescue Argentina early on, and they decided not to. Partly pushed by I don't know, the thinking of the day was we have to show, Anyway, after that default, the forces in IMF who wanted to bail out, they got a lot more power. So they say, oh yeah, because then the IMF could call Uruguay and say, look, you have to restructure like crazy. And if you do, we are going to help you, which they ended up doing. So from the point of view of IMF, the avoiding the crisis was a good thing. So the way you do it is that the output cost is a little higher.
Yeah.
With exposed. Yeah,
right.
Okay. I like to see that actually for more countries.
Okay.
But I think it would be nice to think about IMF as an actor, even though there are many moving parts here in this theory.
Yeah.
But I think in reality, often IMF or some outside the government actor could be playing a role when it comes to restructuring.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
We have 1 minute for one more question, if anybody wants to.
Jan had a question. Or
just quickly, thanks. Yes, very nice paper. So in the data, seems like the expenditure consolidation for preemptive and no restructuring, they look very similar, but the model definitely are different, right? So I don't know, is really the difference between the preemptive and preemptive versus no restructuring or not in the data? They really want to do something, or is actually that just to follow the standard way? When I have a lots of debt, I probably just cut my expenditure.
Yeah, I mean, so these things are in the data. I mean, these things are different. Like so, there's a preemptive restructuring. And then there's a renegotiation. After the renegotiation, the country paid the debts, the renegotiated amount of the debt payments, right? So in that sense, they have some productivity loss. That's why we observe, for example, in Uruguay. However, for the case of the non-debt restructuring, debt distress cases, they have the same probability of default in ex ante. But for some reason, they may be lucky. right? So they can escape the debt crisis. So therefore, they're still in the international credit market, and then they pay the debt. So therefore, they don't need to face any productivity loss, for example. So I mean, that's the theory. But in the empirics, yes, we have two different cases, which is distinguishable to each other. Yeah.
Okay, thank you all. We'll have also breakout room.
A very quick question. It's also to understand if the difference between the preemptive and non-preemptive may be driven by the news shocks.
Yeah.
Right, because there could be cases that maybe the economy still did not collapse, but it's pretty clear that it will, or the effect is delayed, and this will give a very big incentive to do it preemptively.
Yes.
And I mean, you have worked on that, so there may be a big element of there whether there is a news shock involved.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you.
Thank you all. We start again with the next paper in exactly 3 minutes. So stay tuned.
Fernando, thanks for the discussion. Appreciate it.
It was a pleasure.
No, thank you so much. Just quickly, I just come back on this is a very interesting point because we don't really see how exactly the public investment, private investment behave. I mean, our sort of prior at this stage is like it's going to move with the TFP. So both of them move some extent similar. But tricky thing is going to be how are you going to decompose this public and private investment, like to be consistent with the data. So because some countries have a different way of coding, like US is different from the coding from Japan and Europe, right? You know, they don't differentiate between public and private. So I think that's going to be a challenge, but I think it's very interesting, aspects to consider, particularly when sovereign have defaulted, right? So I think what maybe going to the crisis, well, conventional business cycle crisis, the behavior is going to be different. That's like a really big, interesting questions to consider, public and private investment. Yeah, so I totally agree. We need to see what the data is going to speak on the front. Yeah. Sorry, just quick come back to the point, but thank you so much. Huh?
You may want to use some of Fernando's way of presenting this, guys. His presentation was very clean.
Yeah,
and the intuition came out crystal clear.
We need to borrow the Fernando's presentations.
Yeah, I think just grab his first initial slides. I mean, when he really details what the trade-offs are and what the, and it was, I think it was very clear. Then you can do the quantitative analysis and the model and the data. But I think just in terms of highlighting the main points, which is, what you want maybe part of the audience to grab. His presentation, his presentation of your paper was helpful.
Yes.
We completely agree with Manuel.
Yeah.
Leonardo, do you want to share your slides, your screen, so that's ready?
Sure. Can you see the slides all right?
So our next speaker is Leonardo Melozzi from Chicago Fed, and he's going to present his joint work with Bianchi and Faccini on the fiscal theory of trend inflation, or a fiscal theory of trend inflation. Thank you very much, Leonardo. You have 35 minutes.
Thank you, Tassos, and thanks to all the organizers to put the paper into this stellar program. Yeah, as Tassos said, this joint work with Francesco Bianchi and Renato Faccini. The usual Fed disclaimer applied, and also the European system of central banks disclaimer. So what we are trying to do in this paper is pretty time. First of all, this was a paper that is changing, different title as you see in the program, and moving toward more like the positive direction, less the normative. From the previous paper was more normative. So we're trying to make this point that it's possible to construct a model in which trend inflation depends on fiscal consideration, monetary and fiscal interactions. And in particular, is this fiscal theory trend inflation can be tested in the data and as some very good exhibit a very quite good empirical performance. And that's going to be the topic of my talk today. So basically, we formalize this theory within a tank model, a two-agent Keynesian model, which there is some hand-to-mouth agents. So they are that's to give fiscal policy some effect under some calibration of the model, the parameter of the model. But the key feature is not very much the tank, the two-agent Keynesian model, but the novel part here is that there is considering the model there is two share of government debt. One is fiscally funded, and the other one is fiscally unfunded. So the idea is that there is going to be some fiscal shock that change transfers, the amount of transfer, and this is going to affect the amount of debt. And part of this debt resulting from the shocks is considered in the model as fiscally funded, and part of fiscal unfunded. For fiscal unfunded means that there is no expectations that this share of public debt, the unfunded share of public debt, to be addressed with the traditional fiscal tools, fiscal adjustments. And another important assumption here is that the central bank is willing to accommodate the resulting inflation needed to stabilize the unfunded share of the debt. An interesting feature of the model is that usually these literature that work with this empirical literature that work with this structural model in which you have a monetary and fiscal interaction typically use regimes, and this basically when you have sometimes people call it like fiscal dominant regime or a monetary dominant regime. What this regime do? They alter the propagation of all the shocks in the model. Whereas here you would see the one in which we model is monetary and fiscal interaction, which is basically how monetary and fiscal authority coordinate regarding a particular fraction of the debt, which is what we call the unfunded share, preserve the propagation of business cycle and monetary policy shock in the model as in the usual dynamic general equilibrium model. So what we show is that this fiscal theory of trend inflation, in particular, this idea that it's a fraction of the debt that is intended to be fiscally unfunded, is going to be addressed will be stabilized through higher inflation, accounts for the bulk of the low frequency inflation dynamics. We've seen the 1970s, but also will play an important role after the 1970s. So first of all, in the earlier part of the sample, there is a persistent and partial increase in this in the unfunded rise in transfer that happened in the mid-1960s that can be linked to the Great Society initiatives where Medicare and Social Security were introduced and strengthened. And this persistent rise in partial unfunded transfer account for the increase in trend inflation during the Great Inflation period, the 1970s. Later on, this partial unfunded debt, the effect of this partial unfunded debt on trend inflation has been a little bit hidden by the emergence of we can call it deflationary bias. So there are a bunch of non-policy shocks, primarily long-run cost push shocks, also technological shock that have long-run effect on inflation, and this push the inflation, market forces that push inflation down in a very persistent way. And these we observed this behavior starting in the early 1990s, and we associate that to sort of like globalization or low geopolitical risk in that period. Finally, in the most recent we also look at the most recent period, the 2020, 2021, the pandemic period, and we look at the effect of the recent fiscal stimuli that they've been introduced in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic, and by the current administration in the first quarter of 2021. And we make the point that fiscal coordination is important here. Monetary and fiscal policy coordination is critical to avoid rising trend inflation, because that fiscal stimulus has been an important impact in raising debt to GDP ratio. So what does this deal of for the post-pandemic? So this is a part of the paper in which we look at the most recent period. And when you have a large public debt, of course, beliefs about what share of the debt is unfunded has a large consequences for debt inflation, as you can imagine. Historically, what we find is that how agents expect, what agent expectation about the share of unfunded debt is evolved very sluggishly, even in the 1970s. But this not to be shouldn't bet on it. These are beliefs, and they can change relatively quickly. Historically, that's what we observe. The other important thing is that about monetary and fiscal coordination is that the fiscal authority quite clearly, if you want to rein in the current inflationary pressure, in this model needs to have a credible plan to stabilize the fraction of fiscally funded debt, which is compatible with the central bank's target. And the central bank can only credibly commit to limit inflation deviation from that target. And if you think that what we estimated from 1990s through the beginning of the pandemic, this deflationary bias that comes primarily from non-policy shocks, captures some sort of like a geopolitical risk, you may think that the change in the geopolitical risk and some deglobalization forces that may happen in the future would alter this type of deflationary bias, and this would require even a more ambitious fiscal adjustment if you want that the monetary policy is effective in stabilizing inflation around a target that is close to what the Fed is adopted and is currently following. So that's for the preview. So let me talk a little bit about the model. The model is a state-of-the-art tank model with distortionary taxation on labor and capital income. There is end-to-mouth households that when they cannot save, and they have to and basically all the transfer they receive by this household are basically consumed. There is a maturity structure of government bonds, so the government issue bonds of different maturity. And there are a typical set of business cycle shocks. We don't innovate on this set of shocks. In fact, as I said at the very beginning, we really like the idea that in this model, regardless of the share of the debt, fiscal business cycle shock propagates in a similar fashion to other tank models that doesn't feature this unfunded share of debt. So there is two less than shock. One is the fiscal shock that can go to that increase unfunded transfer and therefore contribute to increasing unfunded share of the debt. And there is also a shifter of the Phillips curve. That would be like a shock to long-term expectation. You can interpret this like long-term cost push shock. They capture market and policy forces such as I said, globalization. There also be demographic changes. And that's going to play an important role in the model, moving trend inflation for reasons that are not related to monetary fiscal policy. So it's kind of like an alternative mechanism to the fiscal trend inflation mechanism we are just As I said, there are two types of transfers that can be introduced: a funded transfer, transfer that are backed by future fiscal adjustment, and they are addressed by policymakers according to this monetary-led policy mix. So the idea is that for this type of transfer and the inflation and the debt resulting from this transfer, the central bank is committed to respond to inflation coming from this shock to the funded transfers, and the most importantly, the fiscal authority is committed to adjust taxes to adjust its primary surplus to stabilize the change in debt due to this funded transfer shock. There are also a funded transfer shock where the opposite policy mix is in place, the fiscal authority is not committed to adjust taxes to stabilize the debt result, the increase in debt resulting from these unfunded transfers. And on the other hand, the central bank is fine with letting inflation to increase the right amount, just the right amount to stabilize the resulting increase in the unfunded share. In this paper, we don't consider lack of coordination or a situation in which the central bank is not willing to cooperate, and it doesn't accept that the share of funded that may change the long-run inflation dynamics. Okay, this will be more complicated. We have a related paper on that. If you're interested, we can talk. But for now, we consider the situation, which I think is a big assumption, in which there is a strong coordination between fiscal and monetary authority all the time regarding what is the share of debt that should be fiscally funded and or fiscally unfunded, and the resulting inflation from this division, for this differential debt. As I said, the monetary authority tolerates the increase in inflation needed to stabilize the resulting amount. So in the model, there are two shocks, basically. One is a shock XIMZT, which is the shock to funded transfer. So it is basically the share of funded transfer, and ultimately the share of funded debt. And then there is this zeta phi ZT, which is a shock that instead affects the unfunded share of the debt. And the funded share of the debt, as I said, is stabilized through by fiscal instruments. And there is a notion in the model, which I don't have defined in the next slide, which is called fiscal trend inflation, which is the increase in inflation. That is the amount of inflation that's exactly needed to stabilize the unfunded share of the debt. Okay? So it's possible to define these in the context of this model. And monetary authority, that's important, only respond to deviation of inflation from that endogenous trend. So basically, it completely disregard this fiscal trend inflation. We isolate and we define the funded debt and fiscal trend inflation. The inflation necessary to stabilize the unfunded share of the debt using a shadow economy. So how does the shadow economy works? Basically, in the shadow economy, the assumption is that monetary and fiscal policy follows a monetary-led policy mix, meaning that shocks to unfunded transfer are shut down. Think about this shadow economy as an accounting device. We want to track the fiscal trend inflation and the share of unfunded debt. So that's what we are after here. So you have a shock in this economy. There is always like a Taylor principle that is satisfied. So basically, the central bank, the monetary authority, respond to shadow inflation more than 1-to-1. So it's committed to respond strongly to deviation of inflation in this shadow economy. The shock to the unfunded transfer are shut down. So there's only one possible shock, is the shock to the funded transfer. So all that is funded, it's fiscally funded in the shadow economy. And then in the actual economy, we have instead a fiscally led policy mix response. We write the rule. I'm going to show you the formalization. We're going to write the fiscal and the monetary rule in a way that the fiscal authority will respond to is not committed to adjust taxes to move the fiscal tools in response to change in the funded share of the debt, and the amount of funded debt is different. With B is basically the debt to output ratio in the actual economy, and B tilde MT is basically the debt to which the fiscal authority is committed to adjust the fiscal instrument, which is obtained, which comes from the shadow, this counterfactual economy, this parallel universe. Inflation in the actual economy is two components, can be decomposed, can be shown to be partly driven by, partly determined by, partly influenced by this the inflation rate in the shadow economy, to which the central bank is committed to respond, and the fraction, the fiscal trend inflation, which is going to be persistent, as I'm going to show you, to which the central bank is not committed to raise the nominal interest rate. And by F is the amount of inflation needed to stabilize the amount of unfunded debt. This thing is a trend inflation because it's persistent, and this is kind of like a, if you in this type of model, since inflation is a maturity structure, it takes a while to be adjusted with higher inflation, pi ft will look very much like in the estimated model trend inflation, like as a low frequency, as kind of low frequency dynamics in the model. And important in policymakers don't respond to the amount of unfunded debt nor to this fiscal trend inflation. The formalization is the following. Well, it's easier for you to see. So the first four equations are like the fiscal rules in the model. There is a public spending G, there is a transfer Z, and tau LT and tau KT. These are the distortion in taxes on labor and capital income. But you can see the gammas parameter control the response of these fiscal tools to the share of funded debt. Okay, so these are fiscal authorities respond only to the share of funded debt, and these gammas are such that the funded share, by definition, the funded share of debt is on a stable path. Okay, so there's not like any, it's in a stable path because the fiscal authority is committed to adjust the primary salaries to make sure that this share of debt will be on a stable path. And then these are the other shocks, shock to the different fiscal tools. And again, for the transfer, you may have this is the fiscal rule in the actual economy. Of course, in the shadow economy, the parallel universe, there is only the rule basically doesn't have. They are exactly the same, but they don't have the shocks here to the transfer, which is the shock to the unfunded share of the transfer. Okay. And the monetary policy rule is as follows: is a ZLB, which is being implemented, as I explained in a second, and then there is sort of like a Taylor rule at the end of the day, with only the important tweak that there is an endogenous trend here, which is this fiscal trend inflation. The central bank responds only to the amount of inflation that exceeds this fiscal trend inflation that depends on the share of the unfunded. So the model is estimated it's kind of like a medium scale model. Again, it's paper want to be positive, want to try to understand whether there is some empirical bite. There still is some empirical bite. So the model is estimated using 20 macro and fiscal variables. The usual one, we have real GDP growth, we have consumption growth, we have investment growth, we have hours worked, we have inflation, the GDP deflator for that, and we have growth rate of real average weekly earnings to inform the dynamics of real wages in the model. In red, you have the fiscal variable, we have real transfer payment growth rate, we have real government consumption investment growth rates, and we have debt to GDP ratio. We have the federal funds rate, and then we estimate about we need to sample the pre-ZLB period and post-ZLB period. So basically, most of the structural parameters estimated pre-ZLB period, and we estimate only the standard deviation of the shocks in the second sample. What is important here is that we do this. We don't have to do that, but we're probably gonna change the technique. But the reason why we did that is because basically we want to enforce the ZLB using this last observable at the end, which is the term structure of the federal funds rate, the market term structure of the federal funds rate. So we want to have the 1 quarter to 10 quarter ahead expected market path of the federal funds rate, and that's basically what's enforced at ZLB in the model. Okay, it would be very complicated if you have the key code in ZLB to solve the model and pick the model to the data. So basically what we do, we follow a practice we use quite often in here at the Chicago Fed, and basically we use this market path of federal funds rate to enforce the ZLB. So basically, agents see the federal funds rate today at the effective lower bound, and they are not surprised to see these federal funds rate at the effective lower bound for in the subsequent period. Okay? That's very practical. What is important, I think most of the question will be about the identification. How can we identify? There are several shocks. In particular, there are at least two main candidates for explaining this low frequency change in inflation. And so we look at and also there are two shock transfer. How can the likelihood of the model, how can the data discipline and provide enough discipline to identify shocks to funded transfer and shock to a funded transfer. So basically what I show, of course, this is based on the estimated model, but you can see that even when you look at the impulse response function to these shocks, different types of transfer, they behave quite different way. So funded transfer, for example, had quite a very modest impact on the macroeconomy. Remember, there is a hand-to-mouth, so they're supposed to have quite a large impact. But as a matter of fact, they don't have a lot of effect on inflation and the real interest rate that will capture the response of the central bank. And they increase the debt to GDP. Okay? There's a positive transfer shock. The unfunded transfer instead have a very different propagation. That's how, and this is important. This is an important part of the paper in which we make the point how you can really identify the share of unfunded transfer and therefore the share of unfunded debt in the data. And this is the blue line. So you can see that inflation increase and it remains in the short run, but even in the long run. So it's very persistent effect. You can see that the blue line doesn't converge to zero, which is the steady state. So there is some very persistent effect coming from the shock that determines really this trend in inflation. Importantly, is the response of the real interest rate. Inflation goes up in the short and in the long run, but the central bank accommodates that. You can see there is not such a thing as Taylor principle. The blue line, the central bank is not raising the real interest rate in response to inflation coming from needed to stabilize the unfunded share. And this is basically what we have constructed. That's basically the idea that we have here, the zero trend inflation. So there's a coordination. The central bank accommodate the inflation needed to stabilize the share of unfunded. So that's super important. So and the debt actually goes down. So you basically have a situation. So this shock to unfunded transfer will be prominent in period in which you see transfer to go up, inflation to increase, but real interest rate to be low, and debt to GDP ratio to be low or fall. And that's precisely the period that's primarily what we observed in the 1970s. Debt to GDP ratio declining, real interest rate negative, inflation high. Okay? So you see that's the reason why these shocks will be particularly important to explain the great inflation, because that's really what we observe in the data, and we provide the model with that shock, and the shock basically delivered this type of job. And also we have the Phillips curve shift that I discussed before. The move, that will be shifted to the Phillips curve. It's a very persistent one. It's a near permanent change. You can interpret this as a change in long-run inflation expectation, maybe to change in long-run cost push up. Surprisingly, the effect are kind of temporary in terms of inflation spike, but there are some long run. This is a negative cost push up. Means that cost, the cost will be increased for a very long period of time. And you can see that inflation have a very zigzag dynamic in the short, medium run, but then in the long run, this shock has contributed to raise inflation. The real interest rate will go up. The central bank sees this inflation coming, it wants to respond strongly. Okay, there is some inertia in the rules, that's what the central bank wants to do. And they increase debt to GDP ratio. Okay, that's an important fact, because basically the economy slows down, so GDP is negatively affected, and that's a shock that creates a trade-off for the central bank. Okay, so the raise the interest rate and the economy slow down, or actually go into recession after the shock, and then the GDP ratio will increase. So you can see this how the model, how the likely can pick the empirical contribution of each of these shocks, and that's pretty much a recap of what I just said. But the important takeaway from this is that identification of these shocks rests on the joint dynamics of inflation expectation, real interest rate, and debt to GDP ratio. So let's see what happened in the sample. So from the 1960 to the mid-1970s, there is this society initiative with a strong increase in transfer. So in red, you basically have the these are data just expressed as in deviation from the steady state of my model. These are data because observe the change, the growth rate in real transfers, the real value of the transfers. So basically, these are the cumulative change in the total transfer shock, in the total transfer. And then you have the composition. In white, you have the white bar tells you the contribution funded transfer. It's a share of transfer that are funded. And in gray, you have the share of funded that are fiscally unfunded. And you can see that this component of funded transfer grows. Okay, and in particular, it grows in the 70s, but it starts already at the end of the 1960s. Okay, so the great inflation started at the end of 1960. Okay? And the reason the likely speaking, the shock, as I said before, and that's a period, especially the 70s, where the real interest rate were very low, actually, was negative short term. And then the debt to GDP ratio was not, I thought actually it fell, and it's corrected because there was high inflation. Yeah. So it seems to be the perfect environment where this unfunded shock to transfer plays a role. What happened in the second period, in which you have an AMP shape in unfunded transfer? Well, the AMP shape happened exactly in 1980. Okay? What make this change has been the strong monetary tightening of Chairman Volcker that raised the real interest rate a lot and reduced the share of transfer that is considered to be unfunded. Transfer in the period have been pretty stationary, I would say. They won't move very much, they've been pretty stable. However, there's been a change. You can see the AMP shape, in these gray bars that suggest there's been a change in how the fraction of this transfer is considered to be unfunded. This is cumulative, so they accumulate all the shocks. Okay? That's what the most sluggish there. And then in the third period from the 1990s before the pandemic, you basically have the transfer increased quite a lot. You see the red line, but these were predominantly fiscally funded. That's how they were intended by the agent in the model. And then in the most recent period, you basically have the huge fiscal thrust that in the second quarter of 2020, when the pandemic started in the US, was end of March, but was primarily in April, when was the main shock, and when the fiscal authority intervenes with a stimulus package. And you can see again, even like before, the model doesn't see initially a lot of inflation, and real interest rate remains stable. So it interprets this as merely fiscally funded. So I want to give you like a decomposition of inflation. This is inflation in the data in red, and the bar are the composition into unfunded transfer shocks. That's the black. And then there is the gray, is the other policy shock, monetary shocks, and funded transfer shock to funded transfers, government spending shock, and so on and so forth. And the white is the non-policy shocks, including these long-run shifted of the Phillips curve. And basically what you can see that in the 1970s, again, is the ideal period for this shock to unfunded transfer to play a role. And you can see that the trend inflation, the dynamic trend inflation, the increasing trend inflation that already happened at the beginning of at the end of the 1960s, is mainly driven by this black bar, which is the unfunded transfer, which is our fiscal period trend inflation. Then it's not like this fiscal trend inflation disappeared. Actually, it was pretty active. Even in the 1990s, it was still pretty large. But what happened was the emergence of this persistent cost push shock, and also other shock like shock to liquidity preference in the model that push inflation persistently down. And this basically is the contribution of those shocks, of these shocks, of this non-policy shock, is captured by the white bars. And you can see that somehow the fiscal inflation has offset this inflationary bias that we interpret as a sort of like change in non-policy condition that may have effect on long-run inflation, maybe globalization, maybe lower geopolitical risk, you name it. I want to conclude with the last exercise, and then I'm going to wrap up. So basically, here we study what happened in 2021 when
we have 5 minutes. Okay,
5 minutes. I'm good. Just 2 slides, and I'll wrap up. Thank you. So basically, here we use the model and want to understand how the model should see these additional fiscal stimulus that were introduced by the current administration in early 2021. Okay, this was like a check sent to how it's very complicated, but one important aspect of this fiscal stimulus is it was very articulated. Is basically it was a check sent to some U.S. households, and most U.S. households received that in the first quarter of 2021, in March 2021. So what we have here, we have the model. So basically in black, you have the data for hours. Hours is a proxy of the output gap in the model. And so when you have a shadow economy, don't ask me to compute the proper output gap, but hours I can tell you, since capital is pretty stable, hours gap here is sort of like a proxy for the output gap. Okay, how strong the economy is in a particular period. Then you have the real interest rate that control what monetary policy is doing, and that's primarily driven by this the short-term real interest rate, the 1 year bond. And then you have inflation. And so basically you have two lines. I want to focus first on the lines. They are basically the the blue dashed line and the red dashed dotted line. So the blue line is the forecast launched at 2020 Q4 without giving any information about it. So it doesn't have information about the ARPA fiscal stimulus. Okay? The red instead, we gave the model information about the ARPA fiscal stimulus in 2020 Q1. Okay, where there is an increase in the transfer, which was quite substantial. That's what the only data we give the model in 2021 Q1 is the change in the transfers, and then the question is how do we distribute, how we decide how much share of this transfer is being funded or unfunded? Well, we use the historical part. So basically we have basically we use a filter, and that is gonna allocate this increase in transfer based on the standard deviation of these two shocks. And this is the standard deviation we have estimated. So we follow the historical pattern to distribute, to establish how much of these ARPA fiscal stimulus should be considered funded or unfunded from the fiscal point of view. And the forecast of the model based on this assumption, this historical repartition of the share of ARPA into funded and unfunded share, is basically given by the red line. Okay, the pink area is basically is where we play around a little bit with the share of funded and unfunded, and in particular, so we assume that the lower bound is a situation in which a lower share of the ARPA fiscal stimulus will be unfunded, fiscally unfunded, whereas the upper bound is the assumption that increase by 5% basically the share of unfunded transfer in the ARPA fiscal stimulus, and that's basically the range of inflation rate you can get. So that you can see there is quite a volatility, quite high volatility in the forecast, depending on how you communicate, or you sort of like convey to the public about what you're going to do about this increase in debt due to the ARPA stimulus. And in the black stars are basically the data. This is GDP deflator, which is not reflecting the forecast. So you can think about like a forecast error of the model. Of course, there are many things going on in inflation, right? And supply constraint, other stuff. We don't allow them to happen in the forecast. In 2020 Q1, the assumption is that there is only two fiscal shock: the shock to the fiscal, the shock to the funded transfer, and the shock to the unfunded transfer. And the magnitude of the shock is determined the way I described. So I'll wrap up because I see us wrap up. So again, the point I want to make is that fiscal vulnerability and monetary policy is important going forward. Spending so large beliefs or share that is unfunded may lead to large swings in trend inflation, as I showed you before. Historically, the share has been moving sluggishly in the US, but future, there is no concern about the future. We need a theory about a more detailed theory. That's what we're going to try to do next. I think we need to microfound better. This is a positive theory. We want to understand whether there is empirical buy for this unfunded, for this fiscal theory of trend inflation, but we need to think a little bit about what is driving. We noticed that this the share of unfunded debt, I didn't have time to talk about, but we can talk about this in the discussion. The unfunded share of debt, it depends a lot on the real interest rate. So it seems that monetary policy can coordinate beliefs about this unfunded share. It's not like a monetary policy completely, so the Congress decide what is the share and monetary rate can do anything. But in the data, it seems that real interest rate correlates a lot with the share of funded and unfunded debt. And to conclude, monetary and fiscal policy coordination are important, especially in periods of large debts like the one we are in. Fiscal authority needs a credible plan. People are asking the Fed to intervene to stabilize inflation, but we also have to keep an eye on what's going on in the fiscal house. We need a credible plan to stabilize the fraction of fiscal funded debt in a way that is compatible with the target that the central bank is comfortable to have. Because the central bank can, according to this model, the central bank can only credibly commit to limit inflation deviation from that target. And another factor that complicates the picture, is the arguably the rise in geopolitical risk that we should expect going forward, perhaps. And that's basically would require even a more ambitious fiscal adjustment, because as I show you from 1999 on, there was the fiscal trend inflation, but that offset some very powerful, very persistent non-policy forces that push inflation down. There is no insurance. You cannot really bet that these long-run deflationary forces will still be in place going forward. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonardo, for this very interesting paper. Christian Mates from Indiana will be the discussant.
I should unmute myself first. So thanks a lot, Tassos, for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper. I learned a lot. This is really a very nice paper. Now, this makes my role as a discussant quite a bit harder, though, because all that's left for me to do is really to nitpick, and that's what I'm going to do. So, what I'm going to do first is I want to try to put this a little bit in historical perspective. And Leonardo's already done this, but I'm going to pick up on that thread. So the key question that Leonardo and co-authors Renato and Francesco are after is, what are the effects of the conduct of fiscal policy on inflation? That's obviously a question that macroeconomists have been after for a long time. And here, Leonardo, Renato, and Francesco are building on what I'll call one traditional approach, and I'm going to associate that with Eric Leeper, Chris Sims. You could certainly add more names to that list. And really, what this approach does, it says, well, the effects of fiscal policy on inflation depend on whether fiscal policy stabilizes debt. That's what Leonardo and co-authors in this paper call the monetary-led policy mix. Or monetary policy instead has to adjust to stabilize government debt, the fiscal-led policy mix. Now, what Leonardo and co-authors provide in this paper is really a narrative of US economic outcomes. That's how I view it. How do we view past inflation, right? And I'm going to come back to this really nice picture that Leonardo had in his slides. In the past, people in this tradition, when they've tried to come up with narrative, when they've tried to estimate kind of decompositions of US economic outcomes, inflation in particular, they assume that there are changes in policy rules over time, as Leonardo has mentioned. Two papers I want to mention here, and again, this is by no means an exhaustive list, work by Troy Davig and Eric Leeper, or by Francesco Bianchi and Cosmin Illud. Right? The idea there is that at some point, the Fed was reacting very strongly to inflation. At other times, it wasn't. And same thing for fiscal policy. At some point, fiscal policy tried to stabilize that. At other times, it didn't. This paper instead takes a different approach. It says the policy rules are fixed over time. Policymakers don't change their behavior. What changes over time is how or what shocks hit the economy. And depending on what shocks are hitting the economy, that will actually affect how policymakers, both on the fiscal policy side and on the monetary policy side, react. Okay, so kind of a very different story. One, kind of the traditional, let's call it an Eric Leeper type story, says policymakers change over time. Here, that's completely off the table. And there's going to be a lot of advantages to that. I'm going to try to mention that later. And then this story, Leonardo and co-authors embed in a tank model. So just a model where some agents are always going to be constrained. That's going to give them an additional bang for their buck. Why? This is a model that puts transfers front and center. And so if you have some people that really can't participate that much in financial markets, transfers are always going to be important. So that's why this tank model, it gives them additional help to fit the data, because even these relatively simplistic forms of heterogeneity can help to increase the fit of models to aggregate time series. Okay. Now, what I want to I want to dig a little bit deeper into this difference between the traditional approach and what Leonardo and co-authors have done. So how should we think about this paper? In particular, can we actually distinguish using standard US aggregate macro time series between these two different approaches? Because conceptually, they are indeed very different. One is a story about policymakers changing. Another one is a story about different shocks being important at different points in time. And I do think these models are certainly not observationally equivalent, but with the amount of data that we have for the US, can we tell them apart? That's I think going to be a really useful thing to tease out. And at least for me, it would be helpful to kind of see how much bite this story has. Now note that even if we couldn't really tell them apart, the approach that Leonardo and co-authors are proposing is really helpful because it sidesteps some really tricky technical issues that arise when you have these kind of switches in policy rules. There are substantial issues there with equilibrium indeterminacy, for example. Whereas in the kind of machinery that Leonardo is using, we can use the very standard toolkit for linearized equilibrium models. Now, to transition to my next point, and again, I'm nitpicking here. It would be also, in terms of fit, it would also be useful to compare a fit of this model to a version where we only have a standard type of monetary policy rule, but the inflation target can vary exogenously. I'm not at all saying that that's a nice or good theory of inflation, but it's one that many people, including at central banks, have used for a long time. Okay, so it would be nice to see if this theory, Leonardo's theory, actually again fits at least as well as this alternative that, in terms of foundations, in terms of micro foundations, if you will, is not satisfactory, but has been used a lot. And so, talking about inflation, I think this is really, to me, this was really the picture that sold me on this paper. Why? So Leonardo already showed this, right? So the red line is inflation and deviations from the steady state. And then we see the contributions of different classes of shocks. And if you look at really traditional large-scale equilibrium models that central banks, for example, have estimated, a lot of this fluctuation, especially at lower frequencies of inflation, is due to this inflation target shock that these guys, that these traditional papers have. And again, it's really not satisfying. We really can't tell stories about that. Here, look at this. We see that these unfunded transfer shocks play a huge role for inflation in the 1970s. And that's, I think, is a really big success of this paper. Now, when I read the paper, one thing that, and Leonardo was open about this, one thing that is important is there is a shock into the Phillips curve that is very, very persistent. So at first, I was a bit worried that maybe this is almost like a stand-in for this inflation target shock. But this picture tells us no, that these fiscal policy shocks, these changes in fiscal policy really matter for inflation. Now, I would like to see what drives this second spike of inflation at the end of the 1970s, because here we have a lot of these non-policy shocks being important. My hunch is that this is indeed this very persistent cost push type shock, but it would be nice to have a confirmation of this. Okay, so again, I think this is the key picture for me, and I think that now the change in the title really reflects that. I assume Leonardo and co-authors feel similarly about this. And I thought it was really nice because this really provides a narrative about what drove US inflation. Now, here's the second point I want to make. This is a full information rational expectations model, and it uses that, it really uses that assumption a lot. As it should. That's the benchmark we should use. But the model does require all agents in the model to keep track not only of actual equilibrium outcomes, but also these counterfactual outcomes, or Leonardo called them outcomes in the shadow economy. And this is certainly not a new assumption. Again, contrasting this to models that people in central banks have used for a long time. If you look at the standard Smets and Wouters model, their households and firms in the model also have to keep track of a shadow economy, namely the efficient one, to compute the output gap. Okay, so this is not a new assumption. Nonetheless, and I want to say that this assumption that fiscal and monetary policy react differently to some shocks than to others, I think that's really nice. I think the modeling here is beautiful. I mean, it really pushes forward this agenda on fiscal monetary policy interaction. But as someone who has worked on information, and I know Leonardo has worked on this too, you know, it would be nice for a different paper, not for this paper, but it would be nice in the future to figure out how different outcomes would be if agents weren't able to perfectly distinguish what shocks are funded and what shocks are not funded, right? To give you one example, Leonardo showed this decomposition for the most recent time period. So within the model, these agents are completely sure what shocks, what part of the increase in government spending during the pandemic was funded versus non-funded. Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure that I know for a fact, at least. So it would be nice to think about extensions where agents have to solve a signal extraction problem. And it would be nice, and it would be interesting to see how many of the implications of the full information version actually survive in this limited information counterpart. And so that's all I have. Again, it's a great paper. It was a pleasure to read. I think it really pushes it really talks about important issues. It really it really pushes the modeling of these issues forward. And that gives us a lot to think about. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Christian. Leonardo, the floor is yours.
I wish to thank Christian for the nice discussion, and I agree on the points he made, all the points. So the fit relative time varying trend. Yeah, this is very popular. That's probably the most common assumption to explain this low frequency change in inflation is to have a shock to trend inflation. We're going to have it in the next version of the paper. We're going to study it. But one thing I can tell you, the reason why the theory that we are proposing, the mechanism we're proposing works better, is that because in particular, you think about like in the period when inflation expectation went down, right? Inflation adjusted like in the beginning of 1990s. This has to do with the federal funds rate, with the interest rate. So how does this inflation target shock works? Is a monetary shock, is a persistent monetary shock. So basically, in order to have inflation to go down persistently, the central bank needs to raise the nominal interest rate, actually the real interest rate. Okay, so they have to push the interest rate quite high. And you know, that's that. Based on what I did in this paper and the other paper, it doesn't work, because in the data you think about 1990s, suppose you estimate, you also look at the long-run inflation expectation. The drift is useful to explain why long-term inflation expectation drifted down in the early 1990s. But if you use the inflation drift, the likely wants to see also a strong increase in the real interest rate. We want to see a very aggressive monetary policy for a very persistent period. And that's not what you can find in the data. That's it. And so I think we should show that, and we should make this point about, you know, this fiscal theory trend inflation idea, this mechanism we are introducing in this paper is really is kind of the opposite. You have a situation which the central bank accommodates. So basically, when accommodate the increase in inflation. So basically, the behavior of the real interest rate is the opposite to the behavior that follows a change in the time value inflation target. So that's really the key. And depending on the data seems to me pretty clear that will favor the mechanism I'm suggesting. But I think I need to show that. I agree with you. So on the second spike shock, I don't remember on top of my head why we have the. I don't think it's the long-run cost push shock. That's probably more related to some supply shock. We are talking about the spike, the second spike in inflation in the 70s, that is mainly explained by this non-policy shock. As far as I know, I'll confirm that with you, Chris. I think is a technology shock, but like a persistent but not near permanent. And finally, about imperfect version, yes, I agree. So The thing is that for an empirical paper, it's very hard. It's too hard to identify the learning, like say the signal extraction, the signal to noise ratio, suppose you have a signal extraction problem. And that's just why in this paper, as you said, there's more for another paper. In this positive paper, we stick to this rational expectation perfect information idea, where everybody understands, everybody agreed, and all policymakers will coordinate. But of course, there is maybe an interesting paper to write, more normative, in which there is actually some uncertainty about this, how policymaker may deal with situation in which expectation about the share of funded and unfunded debt drifts away and move trend inflation. That's definitely interesting, but it's more for like a more theoretical exercise. We are thinking about that. That's a extremely good point. Thank you.
Questions from the audience? And now Ricardo, go ahead, and then Cristiano, then Marco.
Yeah, I think it's a really nice paper because, as people pointed out, to think of how inflation dynamics moves over time, usually through the inflation target. And yeah, that works very well, but it's not very satisfying. So your model is much better in that dimension. I was wondering if you want to connect the model a little bit with, let's say, natural debt limits, because to some extent we would think that everything is funded until the debt level is very high, and then almost everything becomes unfunded. And that is not what you're getting in the model. Of course, you would need to think of where you are in the Laffer curve, long run growth shock, things like that. But to some extent, I think it would be nice if you try to connect with some narrative, because you'll have some periods that you are having sort of debt is low, but you still are going to have unfunded shocks. So I'm not sure they come optimally, or it just comes also from political tastes of how they will be dealt in the future. But I think that would be nice to connect to the literature.
Thank you. Do I respond, or Cristiano will go first? Sure, I can respond. So no, I agree completely. So the idea of this natural debt limit, I mean, it's kind of like an embedded, even though it's not really formalized, we present this way. But if you think like a situation in which it's too costly for policymakers to adjust the large stock of debt, the large fiscal imbalance, you may think like an increase in the fiscally unfunded share of the debt. That's how we think about it. This mechanism is reduced form right now, but you can think maybe even the learning idea. So maybe agents have different view about the fiscal limit, and therefore they draw different conclusion about a particular level of debt that they see. They say some people may think that most of this large part of this large fiscal imbalance will be stabilized through higher inflation. Some others are more optimistic and say no. And this depends a little bit on the idea that people have about the fiscal limit of a particular government, a particular country. I think it's a good point. Cristiano?
Ciao, Leonardo. I think I saw the first time I saw this paper, we were at the beginning of the pandemic. You presented at the bank. So very nice. One question, it might be completely stupid, but I just wondering, just to clarify, so you're assuming that the monetary policy rule is the same across the whole period, right? So the
caveat that there is this fiscal trend inflation that varies over time. So the behavior would change, but parametrically the rule is the same.
Yeah, and I mean this. Would you be able to account for different behavior like Volcker and then inflation targeting and then forward guidance? Will this change your results? Because from a point of view of a central bank, it would be difficult to, to buy this argument that there's been no change in behavior by the monetary authority. I mean, I like the mechanism. It's not a criticism. I just want to see if there would be a way to disentangle what was the change in behavior of the central bank response and what is the change in behavior of trend inflation.
To me, you mentioned the Volcker situation. Volcker is very important even in the day. Okay, so it moves the share of debt in society. To me, when the central bank does what Chairman Volcker did, is a strong signal that the central bank is not okay with having such a large share of unfunded debt. And that's changed this trend inflation in the central bank rule. Okay? Now, you need a model of political economy to sort of like, and this is a positive paper, I would like to work on a model which is political economics and interaction, in which there is a central bank that is tough on inflation, mostly baked by the government, but not necessarily baked by the fiscal authority. And say, I'm not fine with this inflation. You can have two things. You can have some non-coordination behavior. Suppose the fiscal authority, no, it doesn't want to adjust taxes. Then it's going to be, I don't have this in the paper, but it will be interesting. I think we'll generate some temporary explosive dynamics of that inflation and nominal interest rate. The sense the central bank will start raising rate and inflation will keep increasing because all this monetary tightening would increase the debt to GDP ratio, which would be expected to. At the end of the day, it depends on what agent will believe the conflict will be resolved, of course. But it can be very interesting times. Suppose there is coordination, then Volcker comes in and raises the interest rate is a strong signal. That's very unusual. It's an ordinary behavior. We've never seen such a strong, such a conservative central bank that raises the interest rate. It's a signaling effect. Coordinate believes pretty much as my estimation capture. And this is interpreted as a fall in the trend inflation in the rule of bank. So the bank now, the central bank all of a sudden is going to target lower interest rate. And the government somehow follow the bank, for the central. That's the assumption of coordination, which is a big assumption. If the fiscal authority doesn't follow the central bank, send a mixed signal, a different signal, that situation may be pretty interesting and for sure not very pleasant. But yeah, so yeah. Maybe ideally we'll have a model that encompasses both time variation and also this. It's ambitious to get the identification. Marco. You're on mute, Marco.
Marco, go ahead.
You're on mute.
Sorry. This is a great story. And the question is finding smoking guns for me. Because there's always this tension and, for those of us that work on fiscal theory related stuff, we always know that there's an interpretation that is fiscal, and there's an interpretation that is monetary. You can give both. And so one way is trying to find particular episodes and focus and try to come up with evidence that the story is intrinsically fiscal. And there, I think Volcker is a tricky thing. Because, is Volcker fiscal or monetary? Well, it's always both. That's the problem. But he was more of a monetary agent, if anything. So that's something that, I think maybe in the 60s, if you can point to specific events that led to changes in interest rates and things of that type, I had a little Fed letter for something that was particularly easy because it was Italy right before joining the European Monetary Union. So there was an immediate feedback. And so there things were very direct. You could see the government votes pension reform, boom, the exchange rate of the lira changes dramatically. I know you're not going to find that. I'm not expecting you to come up with the same level for, the reforms of the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, but maybe something at least within quarter or something that would be a path forward.
I agree. In the paper, we had some discussion about the 60s and 70s. The idea is that you have the introduction of these very persistent fiscal shocks, Medicare and this type of stuff with the Great Society Initiative. And on the other hand, when inflation increases, the central bank, the Fed was kind of like adopted a gradualistic approach, right? That's they didn't want, they raised the interest rate and relatively timidly, because they don't want to spoil the labor market. And Volcker was a breakthrough, it was a big change. And again, there is an assumption of coordination here, but it was clear that the central bank sent a signal that was very different from what we have seen in the 60s and the 70s. And then the question is how the fiscal authority will respond to that. Will it find a coordination or a differential of that? But I agree with you, we should work more on the narrative and provide more details about this is the broad answer to your question. But yeah, I think one direction, especially because the papers are more positive, to convince people about the mechanism, we need to work harder on this and provide facts and details about this dynamic. Of course, I don't think, yeah, as you said, like Italy, other places, you have much more like inflation, much more volatile, respond much more to these policy announcements. So it's harder for the US. But maybe it's a reason to look at to test the theory also in other countries.
So we're out of time, but we still have breakout rooms. So you can join the breakout room and continue the discussion there if you want. I mean, we have for Hyung-Suk and Leonardo. I don't know, Emmanuel and Jan, if you want to add 2 more in case you want to, but whatever. You know.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, okay, good. Whatever you want. Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, guys. Please join the breakout rooms. You know, you go to the breakout room for whoever was not here before and just press join, either for Hyung-Suk or Leonardo, and continue the discussion there. And thanks for coming today. I think, you know, it was a great day. So thanks for the speakers, the discussants, the people that asked questions, everybody. Thank you so much. And if I don't see you in the breakout room, I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. UK time. Steen starts the show tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.